She's very taken. No doubt about it.
You don't have to. Ready? Take it.
Good morning. We call the Board of Trustees meeting for TSERS and LGERS for October 30th, 2025 to order. As everybody knows, we have an extended agenda this morning. It's the every 5-year celebration of our actuaries, so thank you for being here. We're looking forward to getting through all that. But before we get into the meeting, I want to head over to Sam for some troubling news.
In terms of preparing for the meeting, we usually call folks if we haven't heard from them. And so I talked with Vernon Gaiman yesterday. Many of you know Vernon's been fighting cancer for several years. He's now in the back rows. Let us know that hospice has been called in and doesn't expect to be at the next board meeting or not able to be here today. And so we do have cards for everyone to sign for Vernon. He's been a great board member. We'll pass them around and give your thoughts for Vernon. If you know, contact info, happy to share that with you privately. Let him know. Enjoy working with him. He's asked to make arrangements for his replacement.
We just wanted to honor him and thank him for everything before we begin. So with that, let's join in the Pledge of Allegiance and the salutes to the North Carolina flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of North Carolina and pledge to the old North State love, loyalty, and faith.
Thank you. Okay, administrative announcements. If anyone wishes to make a public comment, sign up or email Patty Hall at patty.hall@nctreasurer.com. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and will be posted online with the other board materials. We ask that you please mute your phone or computer if not speaking. We'll be taking roll call by name and for all votes. Unless there is an objection, a motion and a second will be counted as yes votes. Board members who are joining us remotely, if you must leave the meeting at any point, please announce your departure. If you return, please announce your return as well. These items must be recorded in the meeting minutes. Likewise, if you're remote, please state your name before speaking. Finally, texts or other recorded communications between board members during the meeting, even on personal phones, are public records to the extent they concern the meeting. We'll now do a roll call for attendance.
Treasurer Reiner. Here. Jeffrey Winstead. Here, sir. John Ebbinghausen. Here. Joshua Smith.
Here.
Lance Brewer.
Here.
Larry Lance. Margaret Reeder.
Here.
Janet Devane Blunt from Mo Green.
Here.
Oliver Holly by phone.
Here.
Pat Thornburg.
Here.
Stacy Meyer. Here. Vernon's not attending. That's the state board. Now for the local government board. Treasurer Briner.
Here.
Avril Pender.
Here.
Kendra Mobsey. Here. Crystal Certain by phone.
Here.
Homer Dearman.
Here.
There he is. Jeffrey Morse. Lance Brewer.
Here.
Janet Devane Blunt.
Here.
Mayor Vaughn let us know she's not attending. Pat Thornburg. Shanika Thomas is not attending. And Chief Wilson Weaver.
Here. We'll be there in person in about 20 minutes.
We have quorums.
Quorum for each board.
Wonderful. Okay, over to conflicts of interest. Please take a minute to review the agenda. Does anyone present have an actual, potential, or the appearance of a conflict of interest in these matters? Okay, hearing none, I will move on to the consent agenda. The agenda and meeting materials were transmitted to the board last week, and we have provided written answers to questions from board members on the agenda items. Are there any requests from the state board to move an item from the consent agenda to the regular discussion item? Okay. Hearing no requests from the state board, the consent agenda items are adoption of the meeting minutes for July 31st, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting, acceptance of the 2024 actuarial valuations for TSERS, LGERS, LRS, Disability Income Plan in North Carolina, NC National Guard Pension Fund, State System Death Benefit Plans, acceptance of the experience study for the state system, adoption of the CBBC cap factor for the state system, delegation of the authority to reverse felony forfeiture. Are there any objections to adopting the consent agenda? Hearing no objections, the consent agenda for the state board is adopted. Moving on to the local board. The agenda and meeting materials were transmitted to the board last week, and we provided written answers to questions from the board members on agenda items. Are there any requests from the local board to move an item from the consent agenda to regular discussion items? Hearing no requests, the consent agenda items for the local board are adoption of the meeting minutes for July 31st, 2025 Board of Trustees, acceptance of the 2024 actuarial valuations for the local government employees retirement system, ROD supplemental pension fund, firefighters and rescue squad workers pension fund, local system death benefit plans, acceptance of the experience study for the local system, adoption of the CBBC cap factor for the local system, delegation of authority to reverse felony forfeiture. Are there any objections to adopting the consent agenda? Hearing no objections, the consent agenda for the local board is adopted. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to our update section, where we begin with a legislative update from Taylor Maddie. Patrick.
Good morning, everyone. This is Patrick Tinlaw, Director of Policy Planning and Compliance. Taylor is sick today and couldn't be here, but I wanted to just take a moment and really applaud and recognize Taylor for the great work he has done, and he would be presenting to you today if you were here. We're just talking briefly about attachment number 19 to the meeting materials. This is a legislative memo that summarizes all the legislation relevant to the retirement systems of the state health plan that was enacted between January 1st and October 19th of this year. The things in this memorandum have already been discussed with the at the July meeting, but it includes the State Investment Modernization Act, the Retirement Death Benefits Rewrite and Recodification, technical and administrative changes for the Department of State Treasurer, and a new law pertaining to rulemaking, limiting the process for rulemaking where there's a substantial financial cost, and more that's summarized in this memo. I did want to just note for you that the General Assembly passed a law on October 22nd that is not described in this memorandum. We will have an addendum to it at the January meeting covering that law and anything else that's enacted through the rest of this year. But one thing that that law did was that it provides funding for the Orbit transition from on-premises servers to the cloud. And it's about $1 million recurring and $1 million non-recurring for the setup of that work. So we were happy to see that, and that was in Senate Bill 449, enacted on October 22nd. The General Assembly does have on their calendar 2 more times that they're scheduled to return. That's from November 17th to 20th and December 15th to 18th this year. And as mentioned before, we'll supplement this memo with anything that's enacted through the rest of this year.
All right, any questions for Patrick? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now proceed to an investment update from Kevin Sigrist.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here, give you an update on the investments. If we can go to the first slide. It's been a fairly busy year in terms of redeploying some of our excess cash. So we've actually, through the cash that had been built up and some of the receipts that we've gotten from redeeming investments, we've had about $6 billion that we've actually deployed around the portfolio. They found their home in a number of different areas, global equities. We've invested in some high quality fixed income, as well as some higher yielding fixed income as well. The performance so far this year has been quite solid, and I'll give you a bit more details on that in a second. So through September, we're up about almost 11% for the year. We've had just a really strong year in the equity markets in particular, but a number of the areas have contributed. If you look at us versus what we think of as our peers, other large public pension funds in the US, we're running so far this year very much in the middle of the pack, which is quite a bit better than we have done historically. You just heard from Patrick, one of the pieces of legislation that was passed this year was Investment Modernization Act to create the North Carolina Investment Authority. That board has been fully constituted with 5 members. We did one pro forma meeting in August. We'll have another meeting at the end of November to take up mostly organizational matters, the board charter and things like that. And then in December, I think it's the 17th of December, we'll take up the first set of analysis of the asset liability study for the retirement systems. So we've been working with Gallagher and Sam and Patrick. The cash flows reflecting the experience study. So these are the kind of the projections of the future liabilities, the future benefit payments that are necessary under the retirement system have gone over to our consultant that does the modeling. And so we'll have a good discussion with the NCIA board in December, looking at the impact of different asset allocations on the funded ratio, contribution rates over time, as well as the likelihood of being able to pay future cost of living adjustments to the retirees. So that's one of the big things that will happen later this year. And then in early 2026, that's when the final pieces of that will be put together, that study with recommendations to the board. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. So this shows the returns on the retirement systems combined pool over various time periods. And you can see calendar year to date, again, we're almost up 11% over the last 3 years, very similar returns. With those strong returns, that's really lifted the longer term average as well. I think later today, when you go through the experience study, Gallagher will be commenting on what that means for the actuarial assumption. But so far, we've definitely experienced a strong year in 2025. We continue to be very constructive on kind of the investment opportunity set, and there's lots of uncertainty still in the economy globally as well as in the U.S., especially around tariff policy. Lots of announcements recently, including as early as early this morning. But we're continuing to just try to maintain our discipline, focus on the long term, be responsive to what we see as shifting opportunities and risks in the markets. But we're still quite constructive on how the markets are playing out. If you go to the next slide, this shows you by asset class. So again, as I commented at the top of my remarks, public equity has really led the pack. So it's up 16% over the past year. It's been up so strongly since the spring that we've actually been rebalancing out of equities. So in a kind of a rough sense, taking some profits on those strong markets and then redeploying to other parts of the portfolio. We've been trying to do that in several parts of the portfolio where we see that markets have performed really well, and we can take some profits and redeploy to areas where we think on a forward-going basis we can get somewhat higher returns without adding a lot of risk to the portfolio. The weakest spot, as I've noted before, has been part of our real estate portfolio, but even there, we're starting to see some green shoots. Office vacancies are starting to come down on some of the major markets, and some of the property values are starting to firm up a bit. It helps that interest rates are coming down, but by and large, that's kind of where we're at. If you go to the next slide, it's just a quick picture of our comparison versus, in this case, it's the average peer. So it's public pension funds with 20 billion or more in assets under management. And as I've commented before, if you go back and look at 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, we've had a significant underperformance compared to the average public pension fund. More recently, so far this year, our performance has been quite a bit better. So we're only lagging by about 0.2%, 20 basis points. So it's much better performance. We can't promise that that'll continue, but at least it's in the right direction. And I think it reflects a lot of the redeployment of assets that we've had over the past 9 months or so. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions.
It's great progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move over to the executive director update. Sam?
So it's my great pleasure to tell you that the retirement system is hitting on all cylinders. We're going on like gangbusters. Any other clever analogy I can come up with. I think that one thing I would like for you to notice as we go through the next section of updates with our operational team is that we are making significant strides with regard to IT modernization. The first thing you'll notice, since you got a separate announcement about this, that we are adopting ID.me for single source log on to Orbit Online. We believe that'll be a significantly improved experience for our members. And we also think that since the vendor will take part of the burden from our call center for answering login questions, because they have their own call center. If the system doesn't work for people, and they have arrangements with 44 UPS stores across the state that people can go and validate their identity in person. A significant improvement on the front with benefits processing. I'm going to explain to you our new workflow project that we've been processed for most of the year, and we're coming to the end of getting that implemented by early next year. And so that will significantly improve our ability to process things and to move documents and to manage documents, and to reduce some of the duplication of efforts and some of the manual workarounds we have. And we don't have all that put in place yet for the reduce the manual workarounds, but we've structured it for success so that we can. Patrick already mentioned the $1 million in Drill Assembly provided for us to continue moving Orbit to the cloud. Our status there is that we have to take a lot of steps before we can get all of Orbit into the cloud. But once we get it in the cloud, integrating with everything is going to be much easier. And seeing our AI future, once we're in the cloud, is going to be a lot more feasible than it is running on our on-site servers in a small room around the corner here. These are all significant improvements, and I want to thank Treasurer Briner for supporting us and for pushing forward, and the State Budget Office for helping us navigate some of that, and the General Assembly for helping us fund it as well. We did, it does fall to me to describe something that you already voted on, and I think you saw the board members saw the memos, but we did delegate the authority for determining whether we're going to reverse a felony forfeiture to the staff, to the staff. And that's consistent with most other delegations of benefit changes. Most things are benefits the board, determinations the board makes, but if there's really no there's no discretion on something like that, then we historically have delegated that to the staff to make that. And so we don't see discretion in returning money to people who've been pardoned. The statute provides that it's appropriate, and so it doesn't require the person to take it back because they have to return the refund of contributions they have. So we had one that chose not to do that. He was pardoned. But we also don't see a role for we don't see any discretion in determining whether a pardon is a pardon. If you provide us the paperwork, it's a binary decision, we reverse it. So that's why that was in the consent agenda, and for the group, this really is since the board members saw the memo, this is the public to hear that out loud.
So is that what yours is doing?
It is, Treasurer Brown wants me to remind you that how often it happens, and it is extremely uncommon because you first have to be in the small category where you've had a felony forfeiture applied, and the even smaller group where you have to be pardoned, and an even smaller group where you're willing to give money back to us that we refunded to you of your own contributions in order to get the pension benefit. So that is, we don't think it's going to happen very often, but if we do see one where it's a questionable situation, we do commit to bringing that to the board.
And it's only for pardons, correct?
It's only for pardons.
Pardons and convictions that are vacated.
And that is all I wish to report right now, Treasurer.
Thank you, Sam. And I very much applaud your willingness and your team's willingness to embrace change. That's how we do better for the citizens of North Carolina every year. And so I'm excited to see the results you're already delivering and what you're going to do.
Can I amend already? Because I did forget to mention the employer reporting rewrite.
Sure.
Courtney will tell you about that in more detail.
All right.
But we have, for the first time since 2006, done a full rewrite on how we're receiving money into the system. And we're now able to enforce is too strong of a word, but to ensure that people are following the guidelines for submitting data to us. And so we're now telling people, well, we've given you 17 years of grace period to submit data accurately to us. And so now we're able to ensure that that happens within the system more easily. That's another.
Thanks. Okay, let's move on to the policy planning and compliance update. Patrick, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Patrick Kinlaw again, Director of Policy Planning and Compliance. Our team at the Retirement Systems Division works to ensure the health and sustainability of the retirement system. I'm going to begin the briefing with page 2. This is a report that we make every quarter to the boards regarding were there any situations in the previous quarter where we determined that there was an overpayment to someone that was entirely due to administrative error. And quite often we have nothing to report here, but this quarter we do have to report that there were 2 situations we identified where there had been overpayments to individuals entirely due to administrative error. We want to be careful not to say anything in the public meeting that would make it identifiable for those employees, but both of the overpayments were large amounts. One amounted to more than $200,000 over time. One amounted to more than $75,000. They both related to the same root cause, which had been addressed years ago, but the fact that these overpayments continued to the present wasn't discovered until recently. But the root cause of the overpayment has been addressed, and staff has been trained to make sure it doesn't happen again. Both of the members have been contacted, and there are plans in place to repay the overpayments. So in total, since January of 2024, we've recognized 4 of these types of situations and denied 1 request where somebody alleged that it was entirely due to administrative error. On page 3, we have a list of a few documents that are in the appendix to your materials that we just wanted to describe what these are for your benefit and for those here in the room or joining us online, because they may not have separate agenda items associated with them. One of them is a document from Gallagher that provides a glossary of actuarial terms that may be helpful as we go through the day-to-day, as well as a description of the actuarial process. The second one I wanted to mention is called the Creditable Service Memo. This is a response that our staff has been giving to some questions we've been getting about Session Law 2025-8. Which is a session law about the special separation allowance that law enforcement officers can receive. This is not a benefit that the retirement systems administers. Instead, each employer of a law enforcement officer has to administer it, decide who's eligible for it, and pay it. But the session law uses terms from retirement statutes, and so we've been getting questions about what those terms mean. Specifically, a question about when exactly sick leave becomes creditable service for retirement purposes. And so this document just shows you the answer that we've been giving to interested law enforcement officers, their employers, and interested groups who have been asking us that question. The answer, in short, by the way, is that creditable service doesn't become, sick leave does not become creditable service in the retirement system until the person actually retires. Until then, it is sick leave.
Sure, may I add an amendment to Patrick's comments on that topic? While it is not a benefit that we administer, it is something that will affect the members' retirement benefits overall and how they're calculating and making their life plans for retirement. And so we would encourage folks to share the memo that Patrick has prepared with agencies, and because we do believe that a consistent, while there's no one body that makes a consistent interpretation on this for agencies, we do think that consistency would be very valuable and important. And we are aware that there are some alternate interpretations that are inconsistent with the normal reading of the retirement statutes. It could be problematic for employees down the road.
The third point on this page has already been covered pertaining to the felony forfeiture topic. So we'll move on to the fourth point, which is there's a document in the appendix pertaining to the threshold for average final compensation for folks who may have their retirement affected by the contribution-based benefit cap in 2026. This is a threshold that increases with inflation every year, so we just report to you what it is when it changes. And the data has been published by the federal government, so we know that the threshold for 2026 will be $138,324.24. And if a person's 4-year average final compensation exceeds that amount, they may be subject to the contribution-based benefit cap, and subject to other math that has to be done. But if their average compensation is less than that, then they will not be subject to the contribution-based benefit cap. So moving on to page 4, this is my favorite topic of the update, actuarial matters. So this is a timeline that you have seen before. And this is a very big day, as the chair mentioned at the start of the meeting, because this is a once every 5 years alignment of the actuarial stars, where you're going to be receiving annual valuation reports from the consulting actuaries Gallagher, and they're going to be presenting to you their once every 5 years experience study. And that's going to set you on a stage for 26 and 27 items on this page, for setting the course for funding over the next 5 years and beyond. I want to, first of all, thank Gallagher for the excellent work they've done and the volume of work they've done, quite frankly, to present to you today. They got started on it early, which allowed for some good conversations about what was going to be changing and why. They were very thoughtful in their process, and I think the work they're going to be presenting to you shows that. And it reflects hard work by many people at Gallagher, a few of whom are behind me today, and they'll be speaking to you later today. About the experience study, oftentimes we refer to that action that the boards take of adopting assumptions and methods from the experience study as the single most important function that you have as boards, because it really sets the course for determining actuarial funding practices. At times in the past, these boards have had to make difficult decisions about assumptions, for example, what the rate of return should be, and it can be difficult to have to adjust that. But it's an important process, and so I know you're all interested and eager to hear what exact recommendations Gallagher will be making and the thought process behind those. I just would like to remind you of a couple of things that my mentors taught me as an actuary about experience studies, which are these processes where Gallagher is looking back on the actual experience of the past 5 years and comparing that to the assumptions they've made. Just two things I'd like to say about it. The first is that it's a principles-based process and not a results-based process. It's really important that decisions and recommendations are not made just because of the impact that'll have on cost measurements. In other words, we don't want to put the cart before the horse and think about, well, if Gallagher recommends a certain assumption, it would reduce costs for employers. And so therefore, that's what we think the recommendation should be. Instead, we're looking at what is the actual data been and what does it support as a recommendation. That's really important. The second thing is that you may find yourself, because there's so many details in the experience study, you may find yourself focused on a particular one. And that's normal and natural. And we want you to ask questions about whatever particular assumption or method you have a question about. We want you to ask Gallagher. I would ask you to keep in mind that Gallagher's been asked to review each assumption individually, but also review all of them together to make sure they don't together have a biased impact on the measurement of costs for the retirement system. It is important when you have a comprehensive set of all these recommendations that we don't go too far in selectively focusing on one and trying to push it to the edge of defensibility. Because if we do that with one and then another, that's where we've seen some retirement systems get in trouble over the years, where they say, well, if we can make for example, the rate of return assumption, push it a little bit toward the aggressive side, and we push the amortization method a little bit toward the aggressive side, and before long we have a set of assumptions that's too aggressive. So we'd just like to have you bear that in mind as you hear Gallagher's presentations today. We do things in a particular order here, so the presentation will be just to inform you today of the experience study results. In January, we expect the boards to be adopting new assumptions coming out of the experience study. And then that will set the stage for discussions, we hope as early as April of 2026, about the next 5 years of funding policy, which is the ECRISPs and SCRISPs, the Employer Contribution Rate Stabilization policies for the next 5 years. So that's the timeline, and appreciate you hearing the update this morning.
Can I ask a question? When you receive the experience review on the first pass, does it have numbers in it, Patrick?
Oh, thanks, Sam. So mentioned that this should be a principles-based process, not a results-based process. One example of how we take this so seriously is that when Gallagher gave us the experience study results, it didn't have cost numbers in it. And that's the way we prefer to review it, because we don't want it influencing our staff thinking about what an assumption should be. We want to see those numbers later based on what we all agree seems like a good recommendation. So thanks for asking that.
Any questions for Patrick? Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
Let's move over to the member services payroll and operations update with Tanya, Courtney, and Ron.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Bass. I'm the Director of Member Services. For those that don't know, Member Services is the member-facing section of the retirement system. It's composed of counselors, assistant members via the phone, via appointments, the front desk, chat, email, mail correspondence, and we host webinars with Empower, in addition to other internal duties to help that our members, ensure that our members receive full service. I want to give a highlight for member services before I give you the stats for the last quarter, which Sam spoke on this morning in his executive order in regards to the ID need coming with us in February. That is a very, very exciting thing for member services because it will help reduce the workload within our section. It was hitting so many areas. It was hitting our processing section. It was the call volume, and also was processing documents to verify members, as well as our imaging section, because the volume of documentation is coming in to verify people so they could get in a system, which is supposed to be a system they could use 24/7. And because they was trying to get verified and they couldn't get verified, it was also causing a lot of call volume. So this is very exciting. It was a lot of work put into this. And I think, the treasurer, the board, and everyone else that supported this and made this happen for us. So we are very excited about that. I know when we sent the announcement out to the team, I got some feedback. They was happy about that. The leaders are happy about that. Manpower, has been a thing for us. So anything that we can do to reduce having to use that manpower for something that could be done electronically is always great for us. We're small, as we all say, but mighty team, and we try to serve as many people as possible, trying to give them the attention to detail one by one. And if those calls that filter somewhere else, as they will be doing, then those that need assistance with how to retire, when I can retire, and all those things, we could get to those questions faster. Because believe it or not, some people work 30 years and never know anything about retirement until it's time to retire. And that ranges from one spectrum to a state member to the highest level of state members. And my team actually speaks to this level of state member to this level of state member. We're all the same, and each section has to know how to help them. So if the lines are not tied up with them trying to be verified, we can help them get their benefits paid to them faster, or to the loved ones that's lost someone faster. So I want to personally thank you, as well as my staff. Thank you for supporting us with this. That was a major haul. It is happening right before our busy season. So January is one of the busy seasons because it's tax season. People want to change their tax elections. People want to, get their W-2s and their 1099-Rs, and they have to go through orbit. Courtney's group, as she will speak on, make sure that that's done early part of the year. So they worked hard to get that done by the 3rd or 4th of January. If they can't get in the system, they're calling because they want to get their taxes done, but they can't get in order to do it, which is supposed to be there for them 24/7. So I know I'm gonna give you some stats, but I want to go ahead and address that because that's been major. And I appreciate Sam recognizing, and the treasurer recognizing, what the staff was going through last year, trying to keep up with that volume and pulling resources. I'm not beneath it, but even myself processing those things just to try to turn that over. It's not about us, it's about the members, but we all are members as well. So what we do now help us later when it's our time. So with that spiel and the thank yous, I will give you a little data. From July to September, we conducted 129 counseling sessions, 12 webinars, and attended a combination of 7 benefit fairs and conferences with a total of 2,700 attendees. We responded to over 963 chats and assisted 818 visitors at the receptionist desk. The outreach picked up this quarter, and it's been great to be able to educate large groups of members at one time. Now, what I will say about that is we had a period of time during COVID where we were not going out. And we've had people reach out and want us to come to benefit fairs and things like that, and we just hadn't been doing it. So this last quarter, we have been doing it, and the team has been enjoying it. The members have been enjoying it. We've been getting more requests, and it's been good to be out and share and have large groups of people that you could, educate at one time. So it's been good, and we appreciate Sam and the treasurer for the support of doing that. We had an increase of about 13% of volume in our mail correspondence and about 15% of emails from July to September. We had some internal changes early in October, but we're expecting to see the results of that soon. So the changes that we had some stuff on the on the website that we didn't know was causing some internal issues for ourselves. We corrected that, and so we're hoping to see the change in those numbers. Our call volume stayed around the same during this period with a small drop of about 2.5%. Due to some staffing changes within the counseling center, due to promotions and cross-training moves, we did see an increase in our average speed of answer from 8 minutes and 41 seconds to 11 minutes and 22 seconds. And our abandonment rate from 10.1% to 14.1%. With a team of less than 35, you can really see the difference when you have multiple vacancies, staff on leave, and normal approved vacations. Although we do have a small staff and we do have people that be out on leave, we do still value the counselors needing a work-life balance. So we do still have to approve time off. We still have to allow them to do things they need to do as well to take care of themselves so they could come back and take care of the members. So the staff that we lost, I just want to be clear, we didn't lose it outside of RSD. They were promoted or they crossed over into the benefits section. So although the counseling center had a loss, we still as RSD had a gain. The knowledge didn't leave the office, so that means they're using that knowledge they used in the counseling center throughout the organization, so that's great. We will backfill, we will train new, and we'll just keep moving. We're moving swiftly to backfill the open positions and working with those that have leave due to illness. We do evaluate our business daily based on staff and ensure we have coverage during known peak call volume times. And callback assist is also available to reduce the time a member has to wait and speak to a counselor. Callback assist is something we got about 3 years ago, and it's been great. Prior to that, people just hold. Our members are loyal. They will wait. But the great thing about it now, they don't have to just wait. We're respecting their time. They could get called back. They could go do other things when we don't have a live person at that time, and then call them back. They don't lose their place in line, and we assist them. Okay. That's all I have. I kind of went out of order, so I apologize for that. But I wanted to touch base on what Sam has said. That was going to be what I talked about later, but I talked about it earlier. So, do you guys have any questions for me?
We thank you for talking about IDME and the new changes we're making there. I do want to remind board members that there was a time period in the spring of this year when we had to lower some of our security protocols for verifying members in order to deal with the work volume. So we actually, that's part of why we were made this a high priority, was that we didn't want to go into another year where we were bringing our guard down for part of the year simply to keep up with what's going on. So Tanya and her team, Patrick and his team did a lot of the all out and working around to protect us there. But it was a tremendous amount of effort, and we believe that we have a good solution here. We're looking forward to that.
Any questions?
This is Mark.
reader. I have a question for Ms. Fass.
Yes.
When a member goes onto orbit and enter their sick leave, does it convert that sick leave to months of service?
So is that service it does? Yes.
The estimator does.
But it's specific.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, move on.
All right, good morning. My name is Courtney Carter. I'm the Director of Payroll Services. That group includes our employer reporting group and payroll to our retirees. Employer reporting consists of 8 analysts that handle about 1,200 agencies. Each one handles 150 to 200 agencies apiece. With employer reporting this spring, we're continuing to work with our agencies one-on-one to update their reporting, meet the file requirements we have. We didn't change any of the requirements that we laid out, anything about the way their file should be submitted. We are just holding to those rules more closely to make sure that the data we receive from agencies is accurate. In addition to working with the agencies, we're also working on our side to make sure that the error descriptions we give to agencies is accurate, that they can understand what is wrong with the data they've supplied so that they can update it without necessarily having to call or email one of our analysts. We continue to see a large number of agencies that are moving to new payroll vendors. This is an extensive process for our group. They are working to update their systems, but we need to make sure that their files meet our parameters, which can be a little complicated for some of the payroll vendors. We do see some vendors across multiple agencies, but a lot are new to reporting to Orbit, and it is unfamiliar to them. And we do have very specific requirements for the file that we request to be submitted. We request that agencies let us know as soon as they can when they move to a new payroll software or plan to move to a new payroll software so that we can get them set up with our test system and give them results from that in the hopes that when they do move to the new software, they don't have any delays in reporting to us. That doesn't always work smoothly, but we do make the best effort to get them tested and get everything squared away before they move. Last Friday was payroll for the month of October for our retirees. We paid over 377,000 payees for the month. We continue to hold steady with about 1.7% of that being paper checks. We always encourage members to move to direct deposit, but 1.7, 1.6 is about where we fall each month for paper checks. That's everything for payroll for this month. Are there any questions?
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I know we have a lot on the agenda today, so I'll try and be brief. I'd like to begin by providing an update on our new imaging and document management system. It's called OnBase. I'm pleased to report that we're in the final stages of testing phase 1 of the project. That involves scanning and routing of documents, incoming documents. Phase 2 of the project involves migrating of existing documents from our legacy system, and we've completed user acceptance testing on that. Phase 2, the migration will begin on November the 6th, which I believe is next Thursday, and it'll take approximately 6 weeks to complete that. As it stands right now, we're on track to meet our go live in January of 2026. So we'll have a new system, new document management system, and migrate all our existing documents from our legacy system into the new system by January. So the team is excited to have this new product. We're looking forward to it and can't wait to begin there. A few benefits processing measures. Retirement processing saw their turnaround time improve from 40 days down to 26 days during the last quarter. The number of refund requests increased significantly during the last quarter. However, our processing turnaround times decreased from around 26 days down to 23 days. Survivor benefits, they received roughly the same number of death notifications as they did last quarter, but the processing times remained about the same. The disability processing turnaround time saw a slight increase during the last quarter, but that's due to us being able to process some of the older outstanding requests that have been pending for some time now. So overall, all the teams are doing well. We have some areas for improvement, but in general, the teams are doing pretty good work. I'd like to conclude by just acknowledging my leadership team, my managers and my supervisors. They've done a tremendous job filling vacancies. At the beginning of this year, we saw about a 40% vacancy rate between the teams. All those positions have been filled now, including leadership positions. So they've done a tremendous job. Some of those have come from Tanya's staff, as she mentioned earlier. My gain, Tanya's loss. But again, as Tanya said, that knowledge remained in-house. So we're happy to do that for the team. We love to promote from within. It boosts morale and encourages others and allows them to understand that there is opportunity for growth in the agency. So that's all I have for retirement processing.
Can you
Yes.
repeat the 40 days down to 26 days? What was that processing time?
Processing time last quarter involved July retirements, and July is our busiest season. We normally see typically around 1,000 retirements per month. July, it's about 4,000 or close to 4,000. So obviously with that influx of requests, the turnaround times will certainly increase. We've completed that, and now we're out of that busy season. You'll see that decrease. It occurs every year around that time.
Thank you for that. It was impressive, so that's what I wanted to point out.
Volume.
Watching Ron's team process the July retirements every year is impressive as well. You add extra hours, the team comes together, they prepare for it like going to basic training. You get it done.
Yes, they do.
Any questions? Well, thank all of you and your whole teams for everything you do, for your consistent commitment to improvement, adoption of technology. I'm excited to see where we go together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're scheduled to theoretically take a break, but we're running ahead of schedule. I don't want to lose momentum. So let's invite our actuaries from Gallagher up to begin the process of going through the actuarial evaluations. We're going to begin with Teachers and Safe Employees Retirement System. But over to Mike, Elizabeth, and Brett.
While they're getting set up, I will tell you, we have an informal holiday we celebrate inside the retirement system. We call it Actuarial Christmas. And so it goes on for about 12 days prior to the October board meeting each year. It begins, the first day of Actuarial Christmas is when the reports, the final graphic with numbers of reports come into Patrick, and he starts to review them, and along with Taylor and I and him. And it goes for many days of line by line, number by number, hard work, reviewing the work from this team and finding we are happy to celebrate the culmination of Actuarial Christmas on the board every day with you.
This is definitely better than a partridge in a pear tree. We're gonna go.
A little more useful, we hope.
Yes.
All right. What an entry. Good morning, Treasurer, trustees. Thanks for having us today. My name is Mike Ribble with Gallagher. This is Beth Wiley and Brett Hunter also with Gallagher. So our first task today is to present the December 31st, 2024 valuations. We will highlight changes since the prior valuation, and then we're going to preview the impact these results may have on board alternatives. Valuations are a snapshot as of December 31st, 2024. We're going to highlight changes since the prior valuation, but the results continue. The main thing is the results continue to reflect the 2022 investment return of minus 10.4% and pay increases higher than expected for the third year in a row. So we're resulting in unfunded liabilities of about $12 billion for TSERS and $6.25 billion for LGERS. So as a result, the board in January may have more limited options again, as they had more options in years past, but the 2022 investment loss is still holding us down for a few more years. The reports do not reflect the 2025 investment return. It's been reported to us the year-to-date investment return has been 10.8%. So if that ends up being the full return for the full year compared to the 6.5% assumed, that's about plus 4% on the market value. That gain helps offset the 2022 asset loss and works its way into actuarial calculations over many years. If you can actually pull up the item number 26 overview, actuarial overview, I think it's called the high level summary. This is going to give this actuarial overview. It's in the back here. It's in the back. You don't have to pull it, but it gives a good reference guide for you with state systems. Good, Patrick's pulling it up. State systems on one page, summary, and local systems on the next. So starting on the left, this is the state systems. We have the TSERS plan, teachers and state employees retirement system, then judicial, then legislative, then National Guard, and then a total. Not shown here is the death benefit plans or the disability income plan. The first set of rows is the membership by status. Just to say, TSERS has over 796,000 members, and that represents 98% of the total state members. So the same is true for the assets and liabilities. So we will spend a little more time on TSERS. For the other plans, we'll hit the key items, talk about the important changes and what the board alternatives are. The middle of that summary is the key results of the evaluation. For TSERS, 2024 had market returns of 7.4%, compared to 10.1% for 2023, and then the minus 10.4% for 2022. So compared to the 6.5% assumption, 7.4, 10.1, those are helpful. But compared to 6.5, the minus 10.4% is much more impactful. Market value of assets are for TSERS are $88.5 billion at the valuation date. That's up from $84 billion in the prior valuation. Actuarial value of assets, which is smoothed over 5 years, that 88.5 market value for actuarial value is held higher at $91.6 billion. And that's part of the smoothing of the assets to help reduce contribution volatility. Those remaining 2022 assets are going to work their way through 2 more evaluations after this. So when we're in October of, I guess, 27, be maybe the last time we're saying this, that it's holding us down. Actuarial accrued liability for TSERS is about $104 billion, and we measure that against the actuarial value, the smoothed asset of $91.6 million, in 2 different ways. We'll talk about unfunded accrued liabilities, or UAAL. That's the difference between the actuarial accrued liability, what we're targeting to have in the fund, minus the recognized assets, the actuarial value or the smooth value. And that's $12 billion for TSERS, up from $11.1 billion last year. And the second way we'll talk about funded ratios. That's the actuarial value of assets divided by the actuarial accrued liability. And that is for TSERS 88.4%, down from 88.8% last year. And those increases to unfunded have actually been because of the 2022 asset losses and the higher pay increases. The bottom half is an employer contribution rate summary. The bottom line for TSERS is going to be a 0.35% increase in the contribution rate for the rate stabilization policy in place to 17.49% of payroll. Flipping to the local system, similarly, LGERS is about 98% of the assets and liabilities. We have fire and rescue and register of deeds as well. The middle part, the actuarial value of assets is 85, has us at 85.2% funded, down from 86.9% last year. Again, higher pay increases in the 2022 asset loss recognition. And then unfunded liabilities are up from $5.2 billion last year to $6.25 billion this year. And the board stable contribution rates on those have general employees and firefighters will be up 0.75% of payroll to 15.1, and law enforcement up 1% from 17.1 to 17.1. And then a quick note on National Guard and Fire and Rescue. Before Beth and Brett dive a little deeper into these valuation results, there will be some options for benefit improvements that we'll run through on those with the decisions we made in January. So with that, I'll pass it to Beth on TSERS.
All right, if we could pull up the TSERS report and go to slide 4. Thank you for having me out again this year. My name is Beth Wiley, just as a reminder. So first I'm going to talk us through the change in our census from 12/31/23 to 12/31/24. We show here our active members, terminated vested members, which are people that have terminated employment vested in a future benefit and are due a benefit in the future. Terminated non-vested members who are due just a refund of their employee contributions but haven't received them yet. And then those members who are in receipt of payments. So what we saw for active members was a relatively stable level population, just a slight decrease of 0.3%, which effectively means if people leave, they are replaced. We see a slight growth in the retired members of about 2.2%, which is what we would anticipate. So that was not a surprise to us, and we historically have seen that happen. We move to the next slide. This slide shows the active payroll. So how pay has changed, and you will notice payroll has increased substantially over recent history, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the experience study. So payroll this year was 17.7 billion compared to 16.9 billion in the prior year, an increase of about 4.8%. We expect covered payroll to increase about 3.25% year over year. So the ramifications for that are basically as payroll increases, there are more contributions going into the retirement system, but along with that, with those higher than expected pay increases come higher than expected liabilities, and therefore overall you'll see an increase in your contribution over time as a result of that. Now if we move to slide number 6, this summarizes the asset return. The historical asset return over the past 5 years for TSERS. As Mike mentioned, the market value of assets returned for 2024 was 7.42%, which is above our 6.5% assumed rate of return. However, we saw that poor asset return in 2022. When we use your actuarial value of assets, which is a smooth value over the 5 years worth of prior returns in order to determine your funded percentage and determine the actuarially determined employer contribution overall, we still are recognizing that substantial loss. So on an actuarial value and a smooth value perspective, it quote unquote looks like you received 4.87% because of that continued recognition. Now, if we move to slide number 8. So here's what that means for your unfunded actuarial accrued liability. Last year, the plan was 11.2, had an unfunded liability of $11.2 billion. We would have expected it to be $9.6 billion this year. However, the asset loss that we're recognizing increased the unfunded liability by $1.4 billion. And in addition, the actuarial losses that we saw mainly as a result of the higher than expected salary increases increased your unfunded liability $966 million. So we end up with a $12 billion unfunded liability as of 12/31/2024. If we could go to slide 10, please. Excuse me. So this page shows the reconciliation from last year's actuarially determined employer contribution to this year's actuarially determined contribution. Last year, we sat at 14.85% of payroll. You will notice that as a result of salary increases, our actuarially determined employer contribution increased 0.5% of payroll. And the investment losses increased it an additional 0.95% of payroll, and we end up at a 16.07% actuarially determined employer contribution. Now, if we move on to slide 11. So the actuarial, according to the ECRIS policy, which determines what is the actual recommended appropriation for the TSERS plan, the ECRIS basically says, you know, the actuarially determined employer the ECRIS, excuse me, is the prior year's appropriation plus 0.35% of payroll or the ADEC, whichever one is greater. So we're at 16.07% for the actuarially determined employer contribution. The minimum though for this under this policy is 17.49%, which is 17.14% last year's appropriation plus 0.35% of payroll. So according to the ECRIS, the minimum is 17.49% for fiscal year ending 2027, the last year of the ECRIS policy. That is expiring this year. And then for fiscal year 2028 will be the next policy that may be set in place. And with that, I'll pass it over to Mike.
Okay, going to slide 13. As a preview to January board decisions, we previewed the potential for board to recommend potential cost of living adjustments or one-time supplements over the next 2 fiscal years, starting on this slide for fiscal year ending 2027. As I mentioned earlier, this 2024 valuation indicates that an actuarial investment loss was incurred in 2024 as we continue to recognize that 2022 asset loss. So although we include costs of COLAs and supplements here, the 2022 investment loss continues to eliminate support for board recommendations of COLAs or supplements for the next fiscal year. Flipping to the next slide for looking ahead to fiscal year ending 2028, we estimated that if calendar year 2022-25 market returns exceed 17.47%, which I said they were 10.8% after September 30. So there's a long gap to still close. But if they were to exceed that 17.5% threshold, the plan is estimated to flip to an actuarial gain on a smooth basis. And so, while that's unlikely, if it was to flip, then there would be dollars in investment gains that could potentially be used to fund COLAs or supplements. Flipping to slide 15, really slide 15 and 16 lay out all the assumptions we use for our projections. In January, we provided already the projections that showed the 17.4% return for 2024 on an estimated basis. But going to slide 17, the updated projections we have here really mainly include the demographic updates. So the higher than expected pay increases and other changes in our demographics have been reflected in these updated projections. And so here we show a 15-year projection of contribution rates. The little black dot is the last year of the board stabilization policy. It's usually a little segment that shows the 0.35% increases, but 17.49% is the funding. It's above the 16.07%. The lines we show are sensitivity to different asset returns for 2025, 0%, 6.5% assumption, and then 13%. Being at 10.8%, we're somewhere between the blue and the green lines, which peak in 2029 around 16.5 to 18.2%. So we're somewhere looking at a peak around there for fiscal year 29. And that's when the last year of the 2022 asset loss will be recognized. And then you can kind of see the downward turn towards more palatable numbers.
Any changes in the experience review or that?
Yes, thank you. That was my last comment, but
Sorry.
no. And I probably would have forgotten. Very important. We're going to see this same picture. It looks like some kind of animal, but anyway, some kind of fish or something. But we're going to see similar pictures with the assumption recommendations built in as well. We're probably just going to show what the blue line looks like before and after the change. We do have graphs that show the impact of various investment returns and stuff. There's plenty of pictures in there, but yes, we're going to show that later. Thank you.
If the board adopts different assumptions for experience review, this chart will look different.
Yes, yes.
Again, Sam?
So if you adopt different assumptions in January, the assumptions you adopt in January can alter this in a material fashion.
Yeah. So flipping over to the next 18, this is the 15-year funded status projection with the same sensitivities. The middle blue line is the 6.5% return, and green is in 13% return, so 10.8. We're somewhere in between that. Level for a couple years as we work through the 2022 investment loss, and then around between 88 and 90%, and then we begin that climb towards 100% funded. So just a few quick thoughts, since these really apply to all the plans on 19. Market returns are about 7.4%. Well, for TSERS specifically, we have liabilities $1 billion higher than anticipated prior, primarily to those higher than expected pay increases. On the next slide, when compared to the last October's projections when we were here, valuations resulted in a lower funded ratio, so 88.4 compared to 89% that we were projecting. And then higher actuarially determined contribution rates, 16.07 now versus 15.92. Those mainly due to, I mean, we were aware of the 2022 asset losses, but mainly due to the pays higher than expected. And then on the last slide, 21, just this is the 82nd valuation of TSERS, and this is not my 82nd. Sorry. TSERS is well-funded compared to its peers. Why? Stakeholders working together to keep it well-funded. History of appropriating and contributing the recommended contribution requirements is number one on the list. Ad hoc cost of living adjustments should mention as well. Just continued measures on those prudent measures will really be important to continue the sustainability. So any questions on TSERS?
I think a generic question that applies to all the plans. So direct rate smoothing, that is a very common practice across most pensions, isn't it?
It's mixed. Some plans have direct rate smoothing. Some plans have maybe longer amortization periods.
And a policy like our LGERS, is that a common practice across a bunch of pensions?
There are policies in place, but nothing's named the ECRIS, so it's hard to recognize. There are definitely policies in place that help level funding over periods of time in order to make planning and budgeting, and so you're not up and down on contributions. Yes, it's not uncommon.
Try to understand those two policies together and the effect, whether it's a multiplicative or an additive effect. And that would have some bearing on.
The ECRIS policy really is just once you're aware of the direct rate smoothing and the path it's on, it still may be bumpy. And I think that policy, so that helps to level it out a bit. And the ECRIS is like taking the wrench and tightening it up a little bit, making it a little straighter, I would say. So I think it's a good combination because there's still some bumpy. The 2022 is still causing a lot of bumps, and it's a short-term look at it. Both of them are short-term looks, but really tighten up that. A contribution that can be planned for well in advance and still has a very high likelihood of being sufficient, which is the number one goal.
So putting words in your mouth, additive.
It's, additive.
Just what Patrick said earlier was kind of ringing in my head of if you make conservative assumption after conservative assumption, they can multiply and get you in a place that maybe you didn't intend to be.
Right.
It doesn't sound like that's.
No, it's not multiplying. It's not moving it in some biased direction. It really is just tightening up a bumpy road.
Thank you.
But I would say, is it a good example of what Patrick was making earlier about the package of assumptions and you want things to balance? So if you had a longer amortization period, you wouldn't want to have direct rate smoothing. You'd be saying that you want to potentially have more volatility in the contribution rate.
If we didn't have those two, the direct rate smoothing, changes your thoughts and process about a lot of the assumptions because, we know that we have that where, it works well with the amortization period that we're proposing.
Questions about teacher's plan?
I came in, this is a different way, and if I'm out of order, just say so. But I just got facts today. I went back and looked, and I'm not good on actuarials, but I went back, I talked to David Vanderwide, and he gave me, or texted him, and he gave me where I could find this. And so right now, if I understand it correctly, I think we've got, and I may have this wrong, over $83 billion in the actual retirement system. We paid out in 2023 over almost $6 billion. We're 88.8% funded, if that, and I'm going as of the end of 23. We did 10.11% return in 2023. We have around 781,000 people in the thing. From 1981 until 2008, there were COLAs every year but one. I don't understand why it happened all that way and it was fine. And then all at once, no way, no way. And it really bothers me because when I read this right here, the takeaway, and this time it says the same thing, liabilities 1 billion higher than anticipated as of December 30th, 2024, primarily from higher than expected salary increases for continuing active members. But it's like the retirees have been forgotten, you know. We can't, I say we as a state employee, former state employee, can't get a COLA, and our, I think that our bonuses or supplements were less. Okay, the average was 3.5% in those 28 years. 1 year they didn't get a COLA. I don't know why, but maybe it was a less thing. But but for the last 7 years of the last 15 years, there were no anything, nothing, no supplements, no COLAs, no nothing. And other supplements, there were 2 at 4%, 1 at 2%, 1 at 1%, and 1 at 1.6%. Many of these don't have to pay taxes on their retirement. Many others after 1989 do have to pay taxes. And I just got the paper today, and the state employees, so it's going to go up on our state health thing. So I am just trying to say, I know the actuarials, I just don't understand why they can't get a COLA. And I want to make a motion. I know we can't give it, but I think we need to recommend it. And I'm probably a little bit over, but I think with this is the inflation rates. Also, I got that too. I made A's in math. And the inflation rate is up too. So I want to make a motion that that they consider giving a 3.5% COLA to the retirees.
Could we normally do COLA motions and COLA?
Because I was doing averaging from this last 15 years. Wow.
We normally do that as a normal.
Here this morning.
We normally do that as a normal course of business for making recommendations to the General Assembly on COLAs or benefit enhancements is a January item.
January.
It's January when we normally do that. We normally take the evaluations in and the experience review, then wait till January to vote the actual assumptions. And
their way to meeting it.
So the board always has the ability to do anything you want to anytime.
Okay.
But our normal course of business is January on that.
Okay. I'll table that till January.
Yeah, implementation
I'm
would
still
be July
living.
1st, no matter what we do, right? Implementation would be July 1st for the new fiscal year, no matter what we do. So that's okay with you.
Yeah, I
January.
can do that.
Okay.
But I want it to be considered,
No, I
definitely,
appreciate
because of the facts.
Sam, in your history in the program and overall knowledge, do you have an answer, or if this comes up in January, would you have an answer? Were those COLAs in that time frame we talked about paid for out of pension funds and was there from earnings, or was that a separate legislation that appropriated those funds for those COLAs?
I'll let the actuaries behind it in more detail in January. They will. But in general, we were in a very different economic environment. Investment gains were differently, and interest rates were different, and the retirement system was in a different fiscal situation. We had a 7.25 assumed rate of return. Assumed rate of return, and you could put the assets in bonds and beat the assumed rate of return alone. You could put the back in those days you could put the assets of the retirement system in bonds and beat the assumed rate of return on that. So it was much easier to generate COLAs and the economy is in a different state. So that's two different economic time periods is the answer I would start with. But I would defer to Mike or Patrick to
Can I,
provide more details.
can I ask a question? You had a slide that said a 1% was at, so 586 million. It was a slide that you went over here. Can you go back to that? And it's about a 1% COLA would be 586 million. Anybody remember that?
Yeah, 13.
13 or 14, depends.
Yeah, can you speak to that a little bit and what that means? Because it's gonna be paid out over 12 years. Can you describe that a little bit more so we
I
understand?
mean, that is the increase in the liability that would be incurred if a 1% COLA was granted as $586 million. If spread over the current 12-year amortization period and the payroll, it'd be 0.39% per year for 12 years.
So said another way, if we're doing a 1% COLA on teasers, I'm not in teasers, but I'm just asking her.
Sure.
So if you did a 1% COLA, it's gonna take us 12 years to pay down that amount? My understanding?
Yes, I mean, any additional liabilities that are incurred under current policy are amortized over a 12-year period. It's not funded immediately.
So it's tacked on to the contribution rate. So you would need to.
I mean, it could be funded immediately if the funds were there.
And if I remember right, the earnings that you made on this fund, how many millions or billions did you make on interest earnings? On this fund for the last year? Interest earnings cover that 1%?
This is where the math gets a little bit
Right.
wonky. So
3% would be 3 times that is what I was getting
we
to.
expect to make 6.5%. And so if you make money, but less than that, you're losing money. And that's one of the wrinkles that we always run into, is that expected rate of return is paramount. One of our decisions over time, which I think is a prudent decision, has been to lower that expected rate of return. That has the effect of making it easier to hit in the future, but it also has the effect of lowering how funded you are right now. So that's one thing that's changed over the years, is we've lowered that expected return, lowering our funding ratio. The other thing that has changed is we haven't delivered that 6.5 or the 7.25 previously, which has also lowered our funding ratio. So if you go back to the late 90s, we were well over 100% funded. Much easier to feel great about giving a cost of living adjustment to our retirees when you're over 100% funded. We're in the 80s now. And the employer contribution at the same time has gone from 6 to 17. Easier to feel good about adding 0.39 to an employer funding ratio when it's 6. At 17, it gets harder. And so these are all the things we're balancing. Certainly tremendous sympathy for our retirees around what's happened in the inflationary environment in the last 5 years. I think inflation over the last 10 years is 45% in total compared to the cost of living adjustment numbers. But at the same time, we have to respect the funding ratio, which is, I think, where the rubber meets the road. We don't have enough money to cover the debts we already have as a retirement system.
Got it.
I think at some point, though, you have to do some serious legislative work, because over time, your pension's not worth anything. This whole thing is for naught. I mean, if you're figuring a 1% raise and the CPI is 3%, which I think is probably not, it's probably generous. Over time, your pension's not worth anything.
There's no question inflation devalues these things. No question about it.
So I think at some point we have to figure out what legislative paths are before us to kind of right this wrong. That's a long history of it. You didn't create it, we didn't create it, but at the same time, it's holding upon us to help find solutions.
One of the big solutions is changing the investment paradigm. If we had delivered our actuarial expected rate of return over the last 20 years, we would not have a pension deficit. We would be in a much different position versus Collins, but we did not. And so we're hopefully changing that going forward. 2025 is off to a good start, but markets are fickle. We'll have a 2022 again in the future. Making sure we have enough money in the bank to pay existing benefits, I think is the first priority. We have 88 cents on the dollar for right
January.
What? I got another question. Many are passing away,
Yes.
and I don't know the numbers on those passing away and those coming in. But those coming in are making higher salaries than those that were here. And I know they have tried to do legislation to make it fair to all retirees about the taxes, but that's not going anywhere. But I think that ought to be considered too, because it should equal out. And 83 billion, our debts are not 83 billion dollars.
More.
And like I'm saying, I know the rates of hiring the different investor people have been high, but I think they've been coming down. I think you've negotiated too.
Yes.
So those are taken into consideration. And I don't know the answer because I'm not, like I said, I don't know how they do all that stuff. But I just thought it just really the picture looks not really good with the inflation and with everything else. And it's not even bringing them equal to with the inflation and with not getting anything. That 3.5, I came because of the difference in the inflation rate and not getting anything. I was just trying to be fair.
No, you're absolutely right. And if there were an easy answer, we would have implemented it.
And whether it's a COLA, whether it's a supplement, we need to remember them. And like I said, all those 28 years, they were remembered, all but one. And then all at once, so, okay. Had my
Thank you for
day.
the point. It's a valid one. It's a very valid one. And we exist to serve our retirees and our active employees. And we have to balance all of this and think about how we're fair to everybody.
We will commit to having all the information needed in January for the board to make recommendations. We'll commit to having all the information needed in January to answer questions about COLAs and all the possibilities or the options for doing so. A variety of ways that can be done. But we don't want you to not have the options in front of you that are valid as board members.
Sam, I have a question. And I do realize what I'm about to say is very controversial, but if we're saying that some of these deficits are coming from an increase in wages, have we looked at an increase in the employee side of contributions? And should that be one of the options?
I think Patrick did a great presentation on the options on employee contributions. July meeting, make sure that we recirculate that in advance of January. Generally, there's a two-edged sword to employee contributions because within our framework, employee contributions are picked up for tax purposes. Why you don't have tax on it. That's how the system is pre-tax. So it's not really as much of a win as one would think for employers to attempt to pass the cost to active employees that way. But to other points, and I think what Thornburg and once I've heard the treasurer make in the past, retirees are assuming a risk right there. We've been passing risk of not getting investment gains onto the retirees as well. It's historically been a part of the responsibility of the employer. By not giving COLAs, retirees are taking more of a risk. We'll highlight and show all of that. But we'll definitely include the employee contribution.
I would just think from a lobbying standpoint too, if you have what I would consider a pretty significant effort considering the price tag, employees willing to pay something, make them want it.
Anything else on teacher system? Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Next one is going to be Brett with the judicial. plan.
Let me pull this up to slide 2. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Brett Hunter with Gallagher, going to talk through the TSERS system a bit. Slide 2 here shows a reconciliation of the unfunded liability since the previous year. It's going from 178 million to 203.7 million, so an increase of $25.7 million. That was expected to decrease $16.9 million during the year. So the main things that happened that caused that deviation is a $12.1 million asset loss. The return on the actuarial value of assets was 4.85% versus the 6.5% assumed. And then a $30.5 million liability loss due to demographic updates, primarily due again to salary increases as well as new entrants. So the funded ratio for TSERS is going from 80.6% to 78.9%. Moving on to slide 3, it's a reconciliation of the ADEC for the one developed for fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2027. So we're moving from 37.73% to 40.68%. And that increase, again, is primarily due to recognition of the asset loss as well as demographic experience during the year. No questions, we can move on to the legislative report.
Well, employer contributions on TSERS, does that mean that 40% of the total payroll for the judicial system is being, or actual pay for employees has to be put toward the retirement system for judges? 40%?
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Right.
Okay.
Are you aware of any other pension system that has such a high employer?
I've seen it, but it's not
It's
common.
uncommon for judicial plans,
Yeah.
especially.
It's another judicial one.
All right, keep moving along here to the legislative retirement system. Slide 2, again, is a reconciliation of the, in the legislative case, a surplus from the previous year to the current year. The surplus is holding steady around 500,000. There was some movement for some individual items. There was a $500,000 asset loss, recognized a 4.71% return on the AVA versus 6.5% expected. And that was partially offset by some liability gains due to demographic updates. The funded ratio for the legislative system moving from 101.6% to 101%. Moving on. Slide 3 is a reconciliation of the ADEC from the one developed for fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2027. Previously, it was 18.26%, and that is coming down very slightly to 17.87%. Questions there? Okay. Can we move to the National Guard report, please? And moving through these smaller state plans a little bit quickly. We're going to DIPNIC? Okay, sorry.
DIPNIC is fine, yeah. Disability income plan. Okay, let's go National Guard.
Okay. Get back to DIPNIC. All right. Slide 2 of the National Guard report is a breakdown of the covered population for the last 2 valuations. So from the 23 to 24 valuation, you can see that the active population expanded quite a bit, increased by 7.4%. And that is a change in trend. In the previous year, we saw the active population decrease. Moving on to slide 3, this is a reconciliation, again, of the surplus for the National Guard plan from the previous year to the current year, moving from a surplus position of 36.6 million to a surplus position of 34.4 million. So that decreased by about $2.2 million was expected to increase by $2.5 million. Key differences that happened there, again, $3.1 million asset loss. Again, the AVA return being dragged down by 2022. And also a $1.6 million liability loss from demographic experience, which is relatively small in magnitude in comparison to some recent years we've seen for the National Guard plan. All right, moving on to slide 4. This is a reconciliation of the actuarially determined employer contribution. Both the ADEC for the previous year and the ADEC for the current year are 0 because the formula we apply to determine the ADEC results in a negative contribution. We have a floor of $0. Ignoring that $0 floor, it goes from about -2 million to -1.6 million dollars, and that's I guess being pulled up by the asset loss and demographic experience. And moving on to slide 5, this is a development of the employer contributions under the state contribution rate stabilization policy for the National Guard plan. This policy was amended early on in 2024 such that when the funded ratio for the plan was over 100%, the employer contribution would still be equal to the total normal cost. You can see fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27, the total normal cost holding steady around $1.1 million.
Next slide. I'm going to review the board's state rate contribution rate stabilization policy. This below is a summary of the policy adopted in 2021 and amended for 2024. As Brett mentioned, the funded percentage is greater than 100%. So the board recommendation is a contribution equal to the normal cost. And all of that is prior to consideration of benefit improvements. So on the next slide, the metrics to consider a benefit improvement for the upcoming fiscal year. The General Assembly is the June over June increase in CPIU, which was 2.67%. So on that basis, the maximum benefit improvement the board could recommend based on the $105 and $210 current benefit formula would be $2 improvement to $107 and $214 benefit. Based on the BIFR, or the benefit increase funding requirement of the policy, it appears that the board's policy would allow for up to that $2 increase, with only additional appropriation being $18,602 to increase the normal cost. And that would be added to the $1.1 million that Brett discussed earlier. So any questions about National Guard?
Wish Jesus looked that good.
What's that?
I wish Jesus looked that good.
Yeah, don't we all? All right. Disability income plan. On slide 3 is just going to give a quick overview of the valuation results. Surplus for this plan increased by about $11 million from $145 to $156 million, mainly due to no gross increase in the gross benefits compared to our 3.25% assumption. And then mortality and recovery experience was different than expected. In addition, on the bottom, in addition to that surplus increase, contribution rate decreased from 0.07% to 0.6%. And we're going to see a more material impact as we discuss this as part of the experience study proposed assumptions. Questions on DIP? Does that conclude our state system section? We doing okay on time? Oh, the retiree health care. Okay, I think we're going
Do.
Thank you all.
to.
Charles, over to you for the the retiree health benefit fund valuation, and then we will take a brief break after that.
If I may, Mr. Treasurer, just while Charles is getting ready, we're adding this as a feature for your review, for the retiree health benefit valuations. These have typically not been brought to your boards, but we would like to start doing that for you so that you can see how this fits in the overall structure of benefits and costs for our retirees. Charles is the in-house actuary for the state health plan. I've had the pleasure working with him for a couple of years. And he is, Mr. Waterfall chart can explain anything within here, why something moved from year to year, but I think we're primarily doing the big overview of how retiree health is valued and what the costs and the unfunded liability are.
Sure. All right, thank you, board members, Treasurer Briner. So I'm going to kind of give a shopping statement by saying the retiree health benefit is 16.4% funded, and that is great news. So if you go to the next slide. So as you can see in 2025, I'm sorry, it's 16.2%, but the OPEB liability, the total liability dropped to a little bit over 26 million, and the funding, the assets increased up to 4.2 billion. So that's how we ended up at 16.2%. But as context, I provided the history going backwards where previously the OPEB has been maybe 4 to 5% funded. In the last 5 years, it has significantly increased. Part of that is due to contributions that were made to the Retiree Health Trust Fund. And one of the other items that I want to mention is if you look at the bars up at the top, that's the total OPEB liability, and those do fluctuate from year to year. So I will get into that more as we go through the presentation. And a little bit more context is on the next slide, where even though this is as of 2023, and these are states that are AAA rated, we are in the middle, at least, of these AAA rated states where we are 11.5% funded as of 2023. Some states have obvious funding policies and they're have lower liabilities, so the money that they put aside goes much further. Texas has a considerably higher liability where their assets that are more than North Carolina is not going as far, but generally OPEB is not seen as being funded. It is pay as you go. And so North Carolina is slowly building its reserve of assets to offset its liabilities. And so we're heading in a good direction. Next page, please. So GASB is, it follows, or OPEB follows GASB 74 and 75 rules, which are similar to pensions, GASB 67 and 68 rules. And part of that is that the discount rate that's to be used, if there is a funding policy, then you can use either a blended or the investment return rate. But if there is no funding policy, then you have to use the 20-year general obligation rate. And that 20-year general obligation rate, it is something that's based off of like macroeconomic factors that can change from year to year. And so it can be based off of whatever the Fed's doing, inflation, a lot of other things that we don't really have a huge impact on, but we have to follow the GASB guidelines and we have to use the discount rates that's prescribed. So I've given a history of the discount rates and how much they've had an impact on the liability going back to 2018. As you can see in 2020, when the discount rate dropped, there was a significant loss. It rebounded in 2022. And then also in 2025, there was a sharp increase, which also reduced the liability. So this is something that leads to what was causing some of those fluctuations that was on the bar chart in the first page, where this discount rate that we must use per these guidelines can have a large impact on liability and can cause a lot of volatility in the liability. And so the next page. I've provided a history of the 20-year general obligation bond rate, and where the OPEB valuation is a snapshot at 6/30. So if you look at, for example, in 2019 on 6/30, it was 3.5%. But if we were doing our valuation 3 or 4 months earlier, it would be up at 4.25, and you would have a much lower liability. Or if you did it 3 or 4 months later, you would have a much lower discount rate and have a much higher liability. So the discount rate, it can fluctuate, and we're just capturing it at a point in time. It tends to stay, we would like it to stay stable. Obviously, COVID had a lot of volatility, and then once things came back in 22, it increased. I have no idea what happened like in March of this year that caused that huge spike at the very end. I will say that after June 30th, the discount rate has started to decrease. It's back down around 4.8%. So again, it all depends on the timing of when this report's done. That can have an impact on the liability. So I'll stop if there's any questions.
But the liability is real. It bounces around, like you're saying, it bounces around a lot, but it is actually a very real liability.
Oh, it's very real liability. We are promised to paying the retiree health benefits for members. And I'll get to it later, but the benefits are increasing significantly due to medical trends, pharmacy trends, and so forth. So we are promised to pay for these benefits. So even if the liability is jumping around, there's still benefits that have to be paid.
Yeah, we're planning to show you some charts in January, we hope, that explain the overall system and how the different funds intersect. The retirement system is effectively the state health plan's largest customer. We purchase health insurance for retirees from the state health plan. We pay for that out of the retiree health benefit fund. Charles is showing you the reporting on how much money we have in the retiree health benefit fund to pay for those future benefits for state employees and teachers. For local government purposes, I know there are a lot of local folks here. Some local governments have their own funds to pay for retiree health, and all are allowed to participate in the Treasurer's AgPIP program to keep the retiree health funds invested if they choose to do so. This is primarily a state program, but we wanted you to see this in the context of the retirement, because when the legislature is funding benefits, they don't just see one program, they have to see all of these. Charles, I'm sorry.
Sure. So on the next slide are other large factors that affect the OPEB liability. Medicare Advantage is the biggest one, where 85% of our members are roughly on Medicare Advantage, and any change to the premium that's charged to the plan will have the biggest impact on that sense. So when there was a $90 PMPM decrease in premium in 2020, there was a $6.2 billion gain because it went from 90 to 0, essentially. And then in 2024, when the Inflation Reduction Act changed how pharmacy benefits were being reimbursed from CMS to insurance carriers, there was an increase in the Medicare Advantage rates. And so there was a significant loss. And in 2025, we negotiated the rates for 2026 to be lower, and we have a not to exceed amount for 2027. So again, significant gain. So some of that we have an impact, we can make decisions on to have a gain or a loss, I suppose, but generally it's what's coming from the insurance carriers. There's impacts from federal laws. The next section is about federal laws, where the removal of the health insurance tax and the BPA excise tax, those cause gains. The Inflation Reduction Act causes significant loss. So that we definitely have no impact. Like we can't make any decisions on that. We have to follow the federal laws and guidelines from CMS. So what we do have choice to do to impact liability is when we have contracts, if we choose the most cost efficient one, there can be gains that have been realized when we've signed new contracts with the pharmacy benefits and the medical carriers, plan changes that the State Health Board of Trustees makes can also impact liability. The contributions also can impact liability. This last change that was made for 2025 has not had a significant impact. So that's why there's no specific number for that. And then the next slide, it continues where we kind of have an opportunity to influence members' claims experience to the degree of we have wellness programs that we encourage people to participate in. We have prior authorizations and other ways to mitigate costs. And so we try to get our members the best care at the lowest expense. And so we try to encourage participation in those programs. And so we can potentially lower our claims experience in that sense. I believe this specific gain in 2025 was due to very good claims experience for the Medicare population in 2024 that got taken into account when developing claims. But also the plan election, which is when members can choose which plan they participate in. We try to encourage people to participate in the Medicare Advantage program. It is far cheaper than the 70/30 PPO Medicare program. And so at that time in 2021, there was a significant number of people that actually switched over to the 70/30, so that's why there was a loss at that point. And the other impact to trend is future expectation of increase in claims, which we know that pharmacy and medical claims are going to increase year over year. And so it's just a matter of how much do they actually project that they'll increase faster or slower than what was previously thought. And then also on there is a waterfall chart showing the gains and losses for all of the different aspects from year over year, from 24 to 25. As you can see, the Medicare Advantage premium reduction had a very large impact on the liability, and the bond rate, the increase up to the 5.2%, that also had a severe decrease on the OPEB liability.
Just to be very specific, we wanted to put this in here because almost certainly, at least knowing what we know today, the bond rate decrease will become a bond rate increase next year. So let's not go thinking that that liability has disappeared. It's just been present valued away in this year, and it will be likely increasing next year. Same with Medicare Advantage premiums. We, as Charles said, we don't really control those. Obviously happy that this went the direction that it did this year. Frankly, it was a surprise. I think that the federal government was so generous in those. The other things we do control, and we're making good progress on them, but they're small. They're overwhelmed by these things we don't control, the year-to-year calculations. So saying that our liability reduced by $13 billion a year is factually accurate at the moment, but let's not pretend that it doesn't reverse next year.
Well, it's like the line graph of the bond rates where it was at a peak when we valued it this last year, and now it's decreased some, and it may decrease more. It may go back up. It's unknown exactly at this time. So yes, the $5 billion gain could be a phantom gain.
But we are making good progress in the other categories. That is equally important. And getting the liability under control in the medium and long term is the goal. We're doing that. It just looks really good right now, and I don't want everyone to be too excited about that.
On the next slide, opposite of the liability is the Retired Health Benefit Trust Fund, the money, the assets to offset that liability. And that is codified by General Statute 135. And it is funded as a portion of salary for fiscal year 2026. It is 4.93% that goes to the Retired Health Trust Fund. And as Sam said, the Retired Health Trust Fund transfers money to the Public Employee Health Benefit Fund, which is what the state health plan uses to operationally function. So it pays all of the vendors, it pays claims, medical claims, it pays for the MA premiums, any kind of other administrative fees, mailers, and so forth. And so the state Board of Trustees determined the amount to be transferred to the Public Employee Health Benefit Fund year over year. And the Public Employee Health Benefit Fund has also transferred money to the Retiree Health Trust Fund going back to 2020. Part of that was because when they adopted the $0 premium for Medicare Advantage, what was prescribed through law for what the retiree premium to transfer over to the Public Employee Health Benefit Fund was way in excess of what retirees actually cost. And so that was to reimburse the Retiree Health Trust Fund for what they were subsidizing the actives. And so that was to correct that procedure. And so given a little history about the assets that are on hand to offset the liability, I've gone back to 22 where it shows that the cash on hand is relatively constant and the investments have increased. The investment return for 22 was also low, similar to the pension, and it significantly increased year over year. In 2025, it was very high, so you'll look forward to that next year for your pension. And so, yeah, there's $4.2 billion that's in the Retiree Health Trust Fund. It's the highest amount that it's been, and it's why the funding percentage is so high. So the next slide.
One typo correction, we did, the transfer amounts were millions, not billions. That was something we didn't quite catch it. We cleaned the slides up, so. Third, we'll pull it down. Yeah, they're millions, not billions. They didn't want to.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that is billions. I apologize. So, yes. If you look at the 22 on the last bullet point, it says 172 billion, but if you look at the fiduciary position change, it's at 180 million, which the difference from that comes from the unfunded solvency liability reserve. So if you go to the next page, so how OPEB is similar to pension is that it's relatively the same population. We cover TSERS, LGERS, everyone, and that's retirees that are enrolled in all of those programs, including some local governments. With respect to local governments, there were laws that were passed previously that had specified local governments, and then it was open to everyone, but only up to a certain number of retirees, which eventually got closed off. So if you had retirees at that point, you were allowed to stay on the Retiree Health Trust Fund or the retiree health benefits. But if you weren't, then you went back to your own plan. Actives also are not eligible for retiree health benefits if they don't have service prior to 1/1/2021. This was codified sometime in 2018. Also, same to pension, because it's the same population, they're going to have the same experience generally of when they retire, when they become disabled, termination, their mortality assumptions are going to be the same. People generally retire for their pension and not for their health benefits because they get the same health benefits whether they're active or retired, except for if they're over 65. But people generally care about the money more than their health benefits. And the Retiree Health Trust Fund does receive a percentage of salary in the appropriations. However, it is not based on an actual determined contribution. There is no funding policy, so it is funded on a calculated pay-as-you-go process basis where generally the money that comes in from contributions is roughly equal to the money that goes out. I think there's been a little bit of difference where there's been a little extra coming in to try and build up the reserve a little bit, but there's definitely nothing that's forced of you need to have this much contribution to pre-fund the state health plan or the retiree health fund, and that's why we are forced to use that discount rate. And then on the last slide, with the differences from the pension plan is that our benefits are estimated, where the pension benefits are codified as service times final average salary times a multiplier. We have to estimate how sick do we think people are going to be. how many claims, how high those claims are going to be. So it's very much estimated as to what the benefits will be. And there's a lot of potential fluctuation whether people actually meet or don't meet those estimations. And then there's a large cost shift at age 65, which you don't have in the pension world because people enter Medicare. Healthcare trends, the benefits generally increase by at least 5%. That is just how much health costs are increasing over the long term, the expectation. Over the short term, they're definitely increasing by 7%. Pharmacy increases by about 10% each year. Unlike pension, members can change which plan that they choose. Presently, we're going through open enrollment, and I would be remiss not to say that open enrollment ends tomorrow for any state employee or retiree, so please go through the state health plan website. But unlike pension, where you are locked into a 50% joint survivor or whichever plan or option that you choose, you can pick whichever health plan you want each year. Retirees pay for their health coverage. Most plans for retirees are $0, but if you intend to cover a dependent or if you choose one of the enhanced plans, those do have a small premium that members have to pay, and that does come out of the pension checks directly. Retiree Health Benefit Trust Fund does receive money from the Solvency Fund, the unfunded Solvency Liability Reserve. Previously, the money was able to go to the pension fund, but that has since been changed. And there is an OPEB committee that is chaired by the state budget director, and it also consists of the state controller, state treasurer Briner, and the state health plan executive administrator. That approves of the OPEB assumptions that are used and approves of the report after it's completed. So overall, I would say that we're definitely trending in a good direction. There are definitely some things that we can not control. We're doing what we can with what we can control, and we are improving the overall funding. And we definitely appreciate the work that's done by the pension actuaries for assisting with the assumptions that are made, and that will be approved by the board in January. For the 5-year experience study, we use a lot of those assumptions. We appreciate the work that the pension team does with the census information, because that's where we pull all that from. So the work that is done by the board and by members here are appreciated elsewhere in this building.
Any questions? This looked as good as teachers. We've made tremendous progress on this. And one of my reasons for making the caveats about the interest rate and the Medicare Advantage is because I don't want it to get lost. Like 10 years ago, I don't even think we measured this. And now, not only do we measure it, we have a plan to deal with it, and we're making progress against that plan. And next year, if interest rates reverse like we think they are, I don't want to get lost in the fact that we're going to make progress next year too. And so thank you guys for highlighting it, and for all the work and making sure that we're on the right track. With that, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:15, we call it, for a presentation on our retirement security campaign. All right, thank you, everybody. Yes. All right, let's call the meeting back to order. And we are going to go over to Christopher Fairley for National Retirement Security Campaign update.
So each October, we celebrate National Retirement Security Month. And that gives us an opportunity to remind members to think about their retirement, learn about their retirement benefits through the pension and through our office and what we do here, as well as contribute to their NC 401k and 457 plans. This year, we and what we do is we feature all of these different things, which include members, it includes people in this office, and we promote all of that on social media. And what I put together here is just some clips of some stars that you may recognize in the room. It's about 5 minutes long, and It's the Retirement Express. We're inviting everyone to come on board. We actually went on site to the North Carolina Transportation Museum, and they helped us bring the Retirement Express to life. And so I hope that you enjoy, and this will prepare you for the hard work you have to do later in the meeting.
Welcome to National Retirement Security Month. There's a seat for everyone on this train. It begins with the pension system. North Carolina has one of the strongest pension systems in the country and will provide a strong base for your retirement. We also offer the 401k program and the 457 program as supplemental ways to make your retirement even better. So join me on the Retirement Express.
All aboard Retirement Express. All aboard. All aboard Retirement Express.
Welcome to Budget Junction. This is the first stop for every successful retirement. This is where you lay your tracks for your retirement journey. Budgeting isn't about restriction. It's about being intentional with your money over time. We wrote a lot about budgeting in our financial literacy newsletter. You can subscribe to that at nctreasurer.gov.
Join me on the Retirement Express. All aboard! As a state or local government employee in North Carolina, we encourage you to contribute to your state 401k or 457 plans. Doing so now and increasing your contribution as your salary grows over the course of your career will make your ride into retirement a lot smoother.
Welcome to Contribution Station. Contributions are the fuel for your retirement. The more you put in and the earlier you do so, the longer the train will run. So it's important to contribute early and to have those contributions grow as your salary grows throughout your career. Welcome to Investment Depot. Contributions get you on board, but investments keep you going. It's important to be diversified and consistent in your approach to investments over time. In our 401k and 457 programs, you have access to Goalmaker, which will help you make smart investment decisions over time. The earlier you start with your investments, the longer you have to have compound interest on your side. Compound interest is essential to investment gains over time. The phenomenon allows you to earn money on money you've already earned, which adds up quickly the longer you let it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we've traveled far together. We learned about smart planning at Budget Junction, the importance of contributions at Contribution Station, and watching your savings grow at Investment Depot. Now we're headed to the most important stop, Futureville, where future you is living the life you've worked so hard for.
Thank you for your service as a teacher or a state employee for the great state of North Carolina. We at the Retirement System are here to serve you. We're here to help you, to answer your questions. We're employees of the state just like you are, and we know you have questions because we have questions every day. We can help you find answers to your questions on our website, mindcretirement.gov, or on Orbit Online, or come to one of our presentations from our Education Retirement Group. We're here to answer questions. We're here to give you information. We're here to make sure you have what you need for your future retirement.
No matter where you are in your journey, just keep moving forward. Budget, contribute, invest, and importantly, enjoy the ride. Your future self will really thank you. We've arrived, folks. Welcome to Futureville, the final stop on your retirement journey. Remember, Futureville isn't just a destination, it's a tribute to all the smart decisions and contributions you've made to ensuring a great retirement.
Christy and her team do an amazing job, as you've seen.
Well, and the syncing issues are because we have it here and it has to go through the cloud and then through GoToMeeting and then appear here. So there's a little bit of lag sometimes.
The message is still
The
good.
message is very good.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Obviously, the end of Retirement Security Month is upon us, but I think we've made a difference in this program. Thank you. Okay, so let's get back into actuarial Christmas. Over to back to the local systems. The team at Gallagher.
All right. I'll be kicking us off here. If we could go on over to slide 4. Perfect. So this is a similar picture to what we had shown you for the TSERS plan. Just in terms of, we were showing here your active members, those who have terminated but are due a future benefit, those who have terminated but maybe just be due a refund of contributions, and then those that are actually in receipt of payments. Unlike TSERS, though, we see actually a 3% increase in the number of actives from last year to this year, so by about 3%. So you're replacing those members that are exiting plus some. And then our retired population is increasing about 3% as we would. Moving to the next slide. All right, this shows the historical payroll information for your active employees. Also, like TSERS, there was an increase from last year to this year over what we had expected. However, for the LGERS plan, the reported compensation has increased 10.4% over the past year compared to the 3.25% that we had expected, and the consequences are similar. More contributions are going in as a result of that additional payroll, but what we will see is actuarial losses, so higher liabilities and increased contribution rates recommended overall. Right. We move to slide number 6. This slide is showing your historical market value and returns. Again, this is a similar picture. We see a 7.39% return over 2024. We had a poor asset return in 2022, still weighing us down for that 5-year smooth actuarial value of assets that we are using to measure your funded status, determine your unfunded liability, and calculate the actuarially determined contribution rates. So, on an actuarial value basis, it looks like the plan received a 4.9% return rather than the 7.4% return, excuse me. All right, moving to slide number 8. So this reconciles the unfunded liability from last year to this year. So last year, the plan was $5.2 billion unfunded, and now we are at about $6.3 billion. So that is higher than we had projected, and that is attributed to the $547 million asset loss that we are recognizing, and our accrued liability loss outweighed the asset loss for the year. So it was about $1 billion just due to demographic differences, especially those higher than expected salary increases. All right, moving to slide number 10. This is showing a reconciliation of the actuarially determined employer contribution rates. So there is one set of rates that applies for general employees and firefighters, and another that applies for law enforcement officers. So last year for general employees and firefighters, that rate was 13.92%. For law enforcement officers, it was 16.07%. But at the end of this year, that rate for general employees and firefighters is 15.37% and 17.61% of pay for law enforcement officers. And again, this is attributed to the exact same thing that we saw on the previous slides. We see a 0.7% increase in the actually determined contribution as a result of the asset loss. And then our demographic losses increased about 0.49% of payroll for general employees and firefighters and 0.43% of payroll for law enforcement officers. All right, so according to the ECRIS policy and what the resulting appropriation amount would be recommended to be, so the preliminary ADEC is set differently for general employees and firefighters and law enforcement officers. So when we look at determining that rate under the ECRIS policy, the preliminary ADEC for general employees of 15.37% for fiscal year end 2027 doesn't exceed the scheduled ECRIS rate of 15.1% by more than 1%. If it had, then we would have needed to set the appropriation basically to the ADEC. So since it does not exceed by more than 1%, there is no adjustment to that rate. And similarly, law enforcement officers are still at the 17.1% rate as projected. We note that even though the ECRISP amount is slightly lower than the ADEC amount, we look over the entire term of the ECRISP policy, and in aggregate, contributions under the ECRISP have exceeded the actually determined employer contribution rate over that period of time. With that, I'll pass it to Mike.
All right, this is similar to TSERS, the preview for January board decisions and fiscal year ending 2027. Won't repeat everything, but again, the continued recognition of the 2022 investment losses has us where we have actuarial value of loss recognition, which eliminates by the support for board authorization of COLAs or supplements next fiscal year. And then on the next slide for fiscal year 2028, with year-to-date returns of 10.8, if it surges up to above 17%, then there will start being some money available to support some kind of supplement or COLA. That 3-month investment return with that to be pretty significant. So similar message, no authorization support due to the 2022 asset loss continuation recognition. Jumping to slide 15, well, we can go ahead and go to 17, but the projections, again, we reflected 7.4% when we were here in January, and these are updates for the demographic updates. We had mostly higher than expected pay increases. And again, the sensitivity of 0% and 6.5% returns puts us somewhere between the green line and the blue line. So again, we kind of peak out at fiscal year 2029. The last year we're recognizing the 2022 investment loss somewhere between 15.6 and 16.9%. And this is all, again, prior to any recommended proposed assumption and method changes that we'll discuss later today. The board stabilization policy, this in the last year as well, it's 15.1% versus it's a little bit lower than the first dot in the line, the 15.37%, as Beth mentioned. On the next is the same thing. That slide was for general employees and firefighters. I should have mentioned this is the same thing for LEOs, and the LEO contribution rate by fiscal year 2029 is expected to peak at 18, somewhere between 18 and 19%, and then start going downward after that. Hopefully Another 2022 will not occur until after this 2042 projection is. Last slide, 19, 15-year projected funded ratio for LGERS. The blue line at 6.5% for this year. The green line is at 13, so somewhere in between that. Looks like flat at 85%, somewhere between 85, 87% by our calendar. These are calendar year 2026 measurement dates. And then making that journey up towards 100% through unfunded liability payments and amortization. Questions on LGERS valuation results? We'll see these again showing the impact of the blue line compared to the proposed assumptions when we get to the experience study. Moving on to Register of Deeds, I think.
Register of Deeds is, yep.
Yeah.
So for registers of deeds, if we go over to slide number 2, so under this plan, there's 100 registers of deeds at any point in time. So that remains level from last year to this year. If you look down at the bottom, you'll see that last year the plan was at a surplus position of $17.2 million, and that has decreased to $15.4 million, or 150% funded down to 145% funded. That is attributed to just a 1.2% return that the plan experienced over the past year. So we see that decrease. We go to the next slide. The recommended contribution, or rather the actuarially determined employer contribution, remains at 0 given the surplus position. There is still 1.5% of monthly receipts under Chapter 161 being contributed into this plan. There's still dollars that are going in despite the $0 actuarially determined employer contribution, and the liquidation period has decreased from 17 years down to 15 years. Questions there? All right. And then we will move, if there's no questions, we'll just go on to our rescue. All right, we'll move to slide 2 for fire and rescue. So for fire and rescue, the active population decreased slightly by about 1% from last year to this year, and the number of retiree members increased slightly by 1.5%, as we would expect from last year to this year. And the lapsed employees, those who do not contribute, does continue to grow. All right. We go to the actuarial reconciliation of the unfunded liability from last year to this year. The plan that's $18.4 million overfunded is down to $29.9 million. Excuse me. You'll note that there is a significant reduction due to actual contributions that were made to the plan of $23.0 million due to the SCRIPS contribution, which exceed the actuarially determined employer contribution. I'll note the UAL did increase due to the asset loss that we've already covered for the other plans of $8.6 million. Excuse me, sorry. All right, if we move to slide number 4. Sorry, excuse me. So this slide shows the reconciliation of the preliminary ADEC from 6/30/2026, last year's valuation, to 6/30/7. So last year that ADEC was set to $1.8 million. We see that due to investment losses, there was a change of about $1.3 million, but that was greatly offset by the SCRIPS contribution in excess of what the ADEC was of $2.3 million. So the ADEC this year has dropped down to $353,000 for fiscal year end 2027. That'll pass it over to me.
Okay, on 5 is the summary of the board's rate stabilization or contribution stabilization policy. It was adopted in 2021. Based on that policy, it's the greater of the actuarial determined contribution, which is $353,000 plus, and then compared to the fiscal year 2020 2026 recommendation would be the prior year's fiscal year of 27,52208 plus $350,000 to get to fiscal year 2027 of 21,102,208. And this is prior to any benefit improvement that might be made. The consideration, again, similar to National Guard, was the recommended benefit increase is no greater than CPIU June over June, and that's 2.67%. So flipping over to the next slide, for fiscal year 27, beginning July 1st, 26, the 2.67% CPIU limits the maximum benefit improvement of the $175 that's currently in place to $179 or $4 increase. And it appears the board's policy for benefit increase funding requirements would allow that $4 benefit increase with no additional appropriation or recommendation. And none of those increases would trigger a member contribution rate increase that would remain at $15 per month. And that policy is just to keep member and employer contributions relatively in balance. So any questions about Fire and Rescue Squad?
I hope I'm not out of order by asking a question.
Oh, yeah.
With permission of the chief. So there is a pending recommendation of these boards to the General Assembly to increase the benefit under the Fire and Rescue Plan from $175 to $180, and in the National Guard Fund to increase that one by, I believe, $3 from $105 to $180. You've talked now about possible additional recommendations the board could make, even though those pending recommendations of the General Assembly have not been enacted yet. So if they are enacted, could the board make additional recommendations of, say, for Fire and Rescue to go from 180 to 184?
Yes, if it's enacted by January, it would be in the board recommendations. We'd have that laid out there. There'd be additional, on top of the $5 that would be allowable for the last fiscal year, then they could recommend an additional $4 in the same scenario. We don't believe that that would trigger any additional funding on the Fire and Rescue Squad or any member contribution rate increase either. On the National Guard, there's the additional funding due to normal costs. So if that goes up by the recommendation for last fiscal year, if that's approved by January, then they're still eligible for the recommendation I described, but it would increase the normal cost on top of that increase.
So you'll be back in January. We'll talk about whatever has been enacted and what it is at that point in time.
Right. Okay.
Capital Fire Fund, so it hasn't been enacted, right? The increase has not been enacted by the General Assembly. But you could additionally add to that as part of the recommendation for January.
Okay, let's keep going to the death benefit plans.
Sounds good. All right, so on 2, this is a summary of results. There's 4 death benefit plans. And what we look at here is the surplus or deficit of each plan. For the past 2 years, we compare the prior evaluation at the end of 2023 to what we saw at the end of 2024. For the TSERS and LGERS active death benefit plans, the first 2 on top, higher payrolls actually helped increase those surpluses from 140.4 million. TSERS death benefit plan to 158.2 million, and then from 68.3 million to 70.2 million for LGERS. The state and local has a $5,000 active death benefit, $4,000 for former law enforcement officers with 20+ years of service, and then a $2,100 active duty death benefit on top of that. That had a surplus of 3.1 million. That is decreasing to 1.6 million. So it was getting a little close. Most of that was just asset experience. And then on the retirees contributory benefit, which we tend to talk about a lot, there's a deficit of 233.6 million. It grew a little bit to 242.4 million. Mainly due to asset experience and some mortality experience. We're going to talk about that a little bit more due to the upcoming experience study on the next slide. It's a 10-year history of the deficit. And what we're going to recommend when we get to the experience study based on a higher level of interest rates or bond returns is an increase of the rate from 3% to 4.5% for the valuation, which will certainly help this deficit. It won't eliminate it. So we'll see the results later, but there was a study in 2023 about ways to eliminate, help get rid of this long-term deficit that's in place, based on current measurements, and no legislation's been passed. You can see in the chart from 2019 to 2020 was when the board lowered the valuation interest rate for these plans from 3.75 to 3%. So that kind of sharpest decline there. We're now at 2024. We'd expect maybe maybe double that because we're going twice as far up to 4.5% is our recommendation. So we might get a bump up to out of deficit, but it's still going to be in that, as I recall, somewhere in the $90 million range or something. We'll see when we get there.
Somewhat like the OPEB liability, just in concept of it may bounce around a lot, but the liability is still very real, and we will pay the benefits out.
That is, there's enough money to pay benefits. This is present value benefits versus the assets in hand. So. Questions?
Did you show a slide with the actual rate of return versus if you're gonna raise it to 4, have you been seeing 4% estimated?
I mean, it's going to be based on, we'll show what our future expectations are as opposed to what the past is. Deep in our reports, it's been up last year or a little bit down last year in the twos, but I don't know if we have a history. We might have it in the report if that's pulling up. But I mean, it's been up and down, but future expected. Yeah. A lot of that movement upwards though was after December 31st, 2024. So I think it was a little bit down over the past 5 years in total. Interest rates are a little lower, but the spike we're seeing has been most significant in the last 9 months, really. I mean,
it tracks short-term interest rates. So one of the issues that the North Carolina Investment Authority will take up in the coming year will be some of these smaller plans, particularly this one, have only ever been invested in the short-term pool, but they might be long-term assets. And does that make sense? Retiree Health Benefit Trust is similar. So that will be a work stream that we'll come back to everyone here with recommendations about what we want to do. And if we have long-term assets, we should invest them for the long-term. Short-term assets, they should invest them for the short-term. That logic holds in all of our pools right now.
Thank you for the question. We'll be sure to track really closely. We get lost in the big numbers and the grand scheme that we look at. All right. What is up next? Is it experience study?
Yes, which I think will be a longer item, and I know lunch is here. So I think we will take a break here for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:15. after lunch, and we'll go through experience review, which my estimation will go the most amount of questions, so we're going to give adequate time for that to CBBC and public comment after that. So with that, we'll adjourn for the public.
Lisa, where's lunch? In the kitchen here. In the kitchen, pick up your lunch and bring it back in here if you choose to. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, hello.
We're going to
Hello?
take a break until 12:15.
Only went to this side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you, hello, this is Jeff Morris. I've been on the phone. I got in late, but can you show that I'm at the meeting?
It could change. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I told her too, and I was like,
Let's get started again, folks. Everyone online can hear us, I hope. We will get started back, handing it back to Gallagher to go through the experience review.
Okay, a much anticipated experience study, 5-year period, January 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2024. I'm going to just a quick overview on 2 of the agenda. Beth's going to walk through kind of the experience study process. Then we'll focus most of our time covering section 2 for each of the plans, key takeaways, and the cost impact of those approach assumption and method changes. Section 3 has a deeper dive into each topic, and time permitting, we may touch on a few key proposed assumptions or methods, but mainly this included for documentation and board reference. And the last comment is just a reminder, no board decisions today. This is for review today. Provide any direction or obviously open to lots of questions, and if any additional analysis needed, we're happy to follow up, but the plan is for the board to schedule to adopt, recommendations at the January board meeting.
So I'm going to walk us through the purpose and the process of the experience study, starting with slide 6. So with an experience study, what we do is we use historical experience and future expectations to help inform any adjustments that we may need to make to actuarial assumptions and methods. So a study just compares experience over a given time frame to what has been expected based on the actuarial assumptions such as retirements, terminations, death, things of that nature. And then we also incorporate what the plan sponsor expects for the underlying population, and capital market outlooks for future years. So not just what happens historically, but more importantly, what we're anticipating in the immediate and long-term future. So we use all this information to come up with our proposed assumptions and methods. So throughout this study, we're going to be coming up with these assumptions and methods, and then we will be showing sensitivities based on the December 31st, 2024 evaluation results to give sort of sensitivities of what you could anticipate. However, any actual changes from these proposed assumptions would actually take effect with the 12/31/2025 next year's actuarial valuation, which would first impact fiscal year ending 2028 contributions. So our impact slides will be 12/31/2024 sensitivities based on fiscal year ending 2027 contributions. And these are all cost impacts that are illustrative to give an idea of direction and magnitude. And actual costs may differ depending on what happens between now and next year's valuation. So moving to slide 7. So this,
Just to make sure and everyone understands it, because the delay of those 3 years in the impact into the contributions, is that a choice or is it just the math?
so that's an intentional part of the design of the actually determined employer contribution. So the way that it's currently set up is there's a 1.5 year lag between when you actually do your valuation between when it's set, and that's intended just to assist with planning, I think. So.
Okay.
We never sneak up on Jill Assembly with the retirement system.
Seems like a good idea, but I didn't know if that was a choice or some requirement.
It's a choice.
All right.
Choice, yes. So this experience study covers the period January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2024, so a 5-year period. We did consider trends that were observed from the previous experience study, which covered the period 2015 through 2019, but just for consideration of trends only, we're studying the 5-year period throughout this experience study. So we look at that experience compared to what we had expected, and we also make judgments about future trends, some of which are specific to the plan, some of which are national trends, and we also look at the short-term future and the long-term future, and how that relates to the specific assumption that we are studying. So as an example, during this study, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as you can imagine, was very impactful to a lot of behavior and a lot of experience. And we'll go into a little bit more detail on our discussion hereafter. We also consider our actuarial standards of practice when we are proposing assumptions for reasonability. And the next study will be in 5 years, so after this. So this one's going to be basically setting your assumptions over the next 5 years, unless the board elects to study something a little differently in between then and now. With that, I will pass it over to Mike.
Okay, jumping to slide 10, this is for TSERS plan. This is the high-level overview of the assumptions that we recommended. The costs are expected, the overall impact as a cost decrease for TSERS based on our proposed assumptions and methods, and we'll go through that. The funded status is expected to improve slightly based on those proposed assumptions. Employer contributions, again, expected to decrease. We have items 1 through 14 are the key takeaways for each individual assumption and method that we reviewed, and we have these for each plan. And then we summarize the observation we made, a broad recommendation we made, and the general financial impact. We'll see later that we dig deeper into what the actual financial impact was. But starting on TSERS and the demographic assumptions up top, items 1 to 3 all relate to the mortality tables. These were updated, the base mortality tables were updated to the latest public sector mortality tables. Those tables were called the Pub 2016 tables, and they included data from 2013 to 2020, but they decided not to include 2020 in the study due to COVID. And the prior was called Pub 2010 tables, and that included data from 2008 to 2013. So it's more recent tables we're adopting to. Generally, the Pub 16 tables predicted shorter expected lifetimes, which results in decreased liabilities just on those tables alone. Except for one group, the male safety workers, which are your law enforcement officers and firefighters, those predicted longer lifetimes and higher liability. The second kind of thing about mortality is what does the future look like and what improvements are made, and those are mortality improvement scales. We had been using the Society of Actuaries MP 2019 table. The latest one they've adopted is called MP 2021. They haven't adopted one since then, but we are recommending an update to the latest mortality improvement scales. Those slightly decrease liabilities due to lower future projected mortality improvements in those scales compared to the prior one we were using. So the process we took on that was based on those most recent updated tables and improvement scales. We adjusted the mortality rates based on the statistically credible evidence that we observed for North Carolina retirement systems. We collected that experience from 2020 to 2024. These are calendar years. For all groups that we looked at, we had decided to not use 2021. It had an extraordinary impact of COVID-19 and just didn't think that the data was going to give us something that was worth a credible adjustment for. So for law enforcement or public safety groups, we also excluded 2000 and 2022. So for the remaining years that we kept, we adjusted the North Carolina or the experience from each individual plans and group. We excluded or we adjusted those mortality experience down a little bit multiplicatively based on some data from a Social Security trustees report, the most recent in 2025. So we adjusted the death probabilities down a little bit. Those adjustments were made due to the COVID impact and what they expected the elevated mortality rates were by year. So based on that, we looked back at those base tables from Pub 2016, and we looked based on the experience and as adjusted for COVID, and we tried to find the best fitting table from that because there are standard tables. They have one for general employees, they have one for public safety. They have ones for above median, below median, or just their base tables. So we looked for tables that were closest fitting. Generally, they match the group that you would expect them to match to. Sometimes they don't. And so from that, we took our experience that we had remaining from the years we kept, and we moved those base tables towards, we just nudged them towards what we were seeing in the experience study based on North Carolina's experience. If there was statistically credible evidence, we moved somewhat towards that. We don't want to make large knee-jerk reactions. It's some public sector systems out there aren't doing experience studies, or or just throwing out all the years on mortality right now. But we felt like we had enough to just nudge it a little bit in the right direction. So the resulting impact on TSERS is overall decrease in liabilities due to shorter expected lifetimes. Screen froze up. Too long I was talking. All right, item 4, service retirements. Generally speaking, fewer retirements observed over the 5 years, except for law enforcement officers who had more retirement. Lower retirement rates tend to decrease, or they do decrease liabilities and costs. Terminations, with fewer terminations we observed for active employments observed, except again for law enforcement officers had more terminations. So far, everyone, law enforcements are trending opposite, but lower termination rates overall do increase liabilities and costs, and we'll see how in a minute. The investment return assumption is currently 6.5% assumed rate of return, and that rate of return we believe remains reasonable. No change recommended for TSERS, and all the other plans that are fully invested in a diverse portfolio and have a 6.5% assumption. We'll talk about the disability income plan, the register of deeds plan, and the death benefit plans, which are mostly in bond portfolios, and we'll talk about that change and the impact there later. Item 8 to 10, 8 and 10 are inflation and real wage growth. So inflation is a building block to the investment return assumption, but it's also a building block to our total salary increase assumption. Inflation plus real wage growth is also the second part of the building block. Those two, we have no proposed changes. 2.5% inflation plus 0.75% real wage growth gives us continue to have a 3.25% long-term total growth wage growth assumption. So the third building block to the salary increase assumption is where most of the high increases that we've seen fell was the merit increases. We did see an overall wage increase even across the board, but we took those out knowing that the future expectations don't look like they've changed. There was some noise. The noise reduction was in that wage, the across the board type stuff that we observed. So now we're just talking about the merit component, which is basically based on your service and how long you've been there and promotions and other items. So merit increased, reviewed for TSERS and salary related plans were higher increases. We've talked about that over the past 5 years, especially the last 3 years. They had significantly impact TSERS, judicial, and LGERS. But since no proposed across the board wage increase growth, that was at least limited to just the merit component of that. So only the merit component is the trigger we use to adjust the historical increases that were above wage inflation. On item 11 is the amortization period. The 12-year amortization period, level dollar, has been prudent and effective and fiscally responsible and worked well. We are proposing a 15-year amortization level dollar period for future experience and assumption change gains and losses. We propose continued use of the 5-year direct rate smoothing for assumption and method changes. That's consistent with the 2020 experience study smoothing. And years before that, about 3 years before that, they moved the rate, the board moved the rate from 7.2% to 7%, the valuation interest rate, and that was also smooth as well. The smoothing we've talked about, that budget helps budget the impacts for employers. And then we've talked a little bit about the lag. We also have the 1.5. It's from the valuation date, December 31st, 2024, for example. Those are affecting, we're here in October 2025, those aren't affecting the contribution rates until July 1st of 2026. And we're not increasing for normal costs on that time period. And so it's beneficial for planning. It gives a little bit of help to employers. And we're also, in addition to just going to 15-year amortization, all the existing 12-year payments, if whether they have 12 years left or 3 years left, we extended those payment plans. We came up with a new dollar amount that would allow them to be paid off 3 years later than the otherwise would be. So if there's 3 years remaining, now it's 6 years remaining at a lower dollar payment. Just more interest occurring and less payment down.
If I may ask a question, if it's even, so even if we're at year 11 on a piece of that, we're going to get 4 more years or 3 more years?
Yeah, it was just equally applied. Lots of ways to get there. We felt that was the smoothest, gave us kind of the smoothest transition, softest landing type.
So that takes us longer to get to the 100% that we saw in the charts earlier.
Yeah, there, I mean, for each individual base, it does. There's combined effects that can get us there earlier or at the same time or very little or later, but it does. For each individual one, it takes us longer to pay off, 3 years longer. All right, moving on to the financial impact on TSERS. So here we show how TSERS costs are expected to decrease overall based on proposed assumptions and methods. These summaries show the overall impact as Beth described if proposed assumptions had been reflected with these December 31st, 2024 valuations. So anything that happens in the next year could change the impacts of these changes as well. For TSERS, actuarial accrued liabilities would decrease by 0.4% overall. The actuarial determined employer contributions expected to decrease a total of 2.32% of payroll from 16.07% to 13.7%, and that's prior to direct rate smoothing. With the direct rate smoothing, instead of taking that whole 2.32% right away, it's limiting that decrease to 0.46% per year over 5 years. So that in reality, again, this isn't in effect till December 31st valuation. So these impacts really for the 25 to 29 valuations, which are for fiscal years 28 to 32, 33.
Yes.
Math is bad for me. Each column after the evaluation isolates the impact of merit increase, mortality, assumption changes, et cetera. So all of their assumptions, funding method, which is the 15-year amortization, and then finally the impact of direct rate smoothing. Man, I need a longer unfree screen.
Maybe now is the time to ask about ECRIS, just because it dominates, right? It doesn't matter what assumptions are changed here. ECRIS determines, at least in the short run, what our contribution is supposed to be. The way I understand ECRIS, I'd be curious if you understand it the same way. It's essentially a one-way ratchet up. It essentially can't go down. Is that the way that you understand it?
The way it's currently is, but it expires. So I don't know what the board wants to do. I mean, we've seen the projections going down. So if it were to continue as a ratcheting up of 0.35% with a line of actuarial contributions going down, so that's to be determined. The new ECRIS needs to be looked at that the board feels is appropriate. All right, so moving on to slide 14. This is the contribution rate projection, 15 years. showing the blue line current assumptions, as we saw earlier today, based on the 6.5% assumed return for 2025. So we're a little bit ahead of that, but if we're a little bit ahead of that on the blue line, we'll be a little bit ahead of that on the yellow line. So this gives us a good look at what the impact of the expected experience study once it's approved and implemented next year. The orange line includes our proposed assumption and method changes. But in this one, we actually haven't reflected the assumption changes until 2025. So they are actually, our projections actually don't bring those changes in until then. So the 16.07 is still based on the current valuation. 16.37 is based on proposed assumptions and methods. The other thing I would say is that for 2025, what's going to happen to participants or members in 2025, we've assumed that the proposed assumptions that we've made about merit increases and termination and retirement occur during 2025, but the actual impacts are based on what actually occurs during 2025. So as you can see, the proposed assumptions and methods in orange are expected to result in lower contribution rates for fiscal years 2028 to 2030. But starting with fiscal year 2031, we see slightly higher contribution rates with the proposed assumptions and methods. And this is due to the impact of lower contributions coming into the system, assumed to come into the system due to 15-year amortization. To circle back to your question about the policy, there is no policy in place. The board passed fiscal year 27, so we've assumed that the General Assembly appropriates exactly the determined contribution in this recommendation. If that were true and lower contributions were made during that first 3 years, it starts to take over and have higher contributions. Just out of curiosity, if anybody's curious about the blue bump and the yellow bump, that was some significant good asset performance back in 2017 to 2021 that worked its way through the actual evaluations over a long period of time and finally ends at that time between 2035 and 2036 under the 12-year amortization. So we would have actually gotten an increase. And then the next year is the 2022 start to impact. It goes back down. You can see that bump in the dragon or whatever. He's got a second bump in orange. That's the 3-year delay in the amortizations. Moving on to the funded ratio. This is the 15-year projected funded status. Blue line being the current assumption and the orange being proposed. The orange line starts out a little bit better funded, but then 15-year amortization puts in a fewer dollars, and it does catch up a little bit. It's not really a large change here. As I said, there's a lot of moving parts. But it does get us to 100% funded eventually. So it's a reasonable method.
Can you just speak to the difference in a closed and an open method where you never actually get to 100% when you're projecting?
Sure. Yeah, they should clarify that when I say.
There are some states that do that. They've never try to get to 100.
Right. Yeah, when I say level dollar, but it's a closed 15-year level dollar. So closed meaning that when we have a loss like we did in 2022, we're recognizing over 5 years. But each time we recognize a chunk of that, we're establishing a new payment plan for that particular loss. We're paying it out over 15 years and it will get paid out. An open plan just takes the entire unfunded liability of the system and says, say they want to pay it out over 15 years, and then so they do a 15-year payment on that, and then the next year they look at the new funded liability and just start over again and say, okay, we have 15 years to pay off that unfunded. What do we need to pay? It never truly gets paid off.
That's never been the way we do it in North Carolina because we like good bond ratings.
Correct. Okay, I think we're moving to slide 21 for judicial. Okay.
Slide 20 is a high-level overview of the results of the experience study for the judicial plan. A few of the assumptions that we are recommending changes for that are leading to cost increases include the retirement assumption, which we're suggesting slightly increasing those rates to track experience, as well as the merit increase assumption, which proposing an increase in that along with a lot of the other plans. Some assumptions that are leading to a decrease in costs includes the mortality assumption, as well as the change in termination assumption and the amortization method. So moving on to slide 21, it's overview of the cost impacts, as if the changes were in place for the December 31, 2024 valuation. The accrued liability would have decreased by 0.7%. ADEC prior to direct rate smoothing would decrease by 6.74%. And then after incorporating direct rate smoothing would decrease less, to 1.35%. Slide 22, it's a similar slide for the legislative system. We see cost increases coming from an adjustment in the retirement assumption, and then cost decreases coming from an adjustment in the mortality assumption, as well as assumed administrative expenses, which have been a little bit lower than expected in recent experience. Slide 23 is the high-level cost impacts. If they had been in place for the 24 valuation, the accrued liability would decrease by 3.2%, from 30.2 million to 29.2. Preliminary ADEC prior to any of the smoothing would decrease by 0.8% of payroll, and then after incorporating the 5-year smoothing would decrease by less, 0.16% of payroll. Notably, as part of our recommendations regarding the amortization policy, we're also recommending a surplus policy. So how do you determine the ADEC if the plan is overfunded or over 100% funded? The legislative system is over 100% funded, but less than 110% funded. So in that situation, with our proposed surplus policy, you would eliminate any amortization basis. And that's why you see the 0.0% in the last two columns there for the payment for the UAL.
Are we proposing that for the state and local systems as well, the surplus policy?
Yes.
Yep.
God willing, we'll test them.
Love to.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of it. That was our idea, was to get way ahead of it, and then we realized it applies to some plans here. So it
also applies to the next one we'll get to here. We advance a slide here. Appreciate it. All right, so the National Guard Pension Fund is the high-level overview of the results of the study. Most of the proposed changes we're making are leading to increases in costs, which can be well supported by this plan since it's exceptionally well funded. So updates to the mortality assumption, retirement assumption, termination assumption, as well as an update in the assumed administrative expenses all lead to increases in costs. But on the whole, we are also seeing a decrease in the normal costs. So in terms of contributions, we can expect actually a decrease in the contributions from the result of this study. All working. Okay, so slide 25, it's an overview of the cost impacts if they had been reflected for the 24 valuation. An accrued liability increase of 1.6% from 153.8 to 156.3 million dollars. The preliminary ADEC would continue to remain at $0. And then let's see, additional contribution under the SCRIS policy, which funds at least the normal cost, would actually decrease by about $12,000. So in this case, the National Guard Pension Fund shows what would happen in the surplus policy if it's over 110% funded. In that case, we're recommending credit or surplus credit be taken up to 110% funded. So that's where you see the negative payment for UAL changing in the last two columns.
disability income plan on slide 26. So we had the significant updates were to the post-retirement mortality and termination rates, disability incidence rates, and Social Security approval rates. And those all significantly decreased the cost. We also proposed evaluation interest rate increase from 3% to 4.5%, which also decreased the cost. On the next slide, we can see the surplus of 155.7 million in the first column becomes 188 million in the last column. This has a different funding mechanisms. We're not looking at, it doesn't have the same surplus amortization type thing. But actuarial determined contribution rate, you can see we talked about going from 0.06% was down from 0.07 last year. It's been going down for a while for all the reasons we're changing the assumptions. Or proposing change assumptions from 0.6% to 0% at the end. However, with the direct rate smoothing, that's going to happen basically almost 1.01% per year over the 5-year direct rate smoothing. Moving on to local.
So I'll be discussing the LGERS system. For this purpose, we actually split between the general employees and firefighters and the law enforcement officers, since those contribution rates are calculated separately. That being said, as a spoiler for what happens to LGERS overall, we do see a slight increase in the overall liability for the plan in total. But when we talk about financial impacts here, I'm speaking specifically to the population that I'm studying, like on this slide, the general employees and firefighters, and then we'll move to the law enforcement officers. So the story here is similar to what we saw for TSERS. For the first 3 items on mortality, all those remain true as well for this portion of the population. More deaths were observed and are expected overall based on these tables. So we see a slight decrease in liabilities as a result of that. For service retirement for general and firefighters, we saw slightly fewer retirements than expected over the period. So that shows a decrease in the liability as a result of that. For termination, we saw fewer terminations than expected, so that is a slight increase in your liabilities. We've already discussed for the economic assumptions, the interest rate, inflation, and real wage growth. I'll note that as we've discussed, now as you've seen the past 3 years, pay increases for the LGERS employees have been higher than anticipated. We did back out the portion of that we attributed to real wage growth, but we still did see that merit was higher than expected than under the previous set of assumptions. So we are recommending slight increases to the merit portion of the assumed salary increases for LGERS employees, which is resulting in an increase in liabilities. Also similarly, we are proposing a 15-year amortization period, and we'll discuss what that looks like here in a couple of slides. The actuarial cost method, asset valuation method are unchanged. And then we are recommending a slight decrease into the load that we put on to the actuarially determined employer contribution of 0.1% of payroll attributed to administrative expenses. They weren't as high as had been anticipated. All right, so if we can move to the slide 29. So here we see the sensitivity, again, based on if we had these proposed assumptions in place at the December 31st, 2024 valuation and had determined the 2027 contribution based on these proposed assumptions. So as I mentioned, the actual accrued liability would increase about 0.85% from 42.2 billion to 42.6 billion. The ADEC, prior to reflecting any direct rate smoothing, would decrease by 0.79% of payroll from 15.37 down to 14.58. And that decrease is largely attributed to the 15-year amortization. You can see that the salary merit increase assumptions that we had updated increased the contribution rate for this segment of employees by 1.23% of payroll. But the final actuarially determined employer contribution, after reflecting that direct rate smoothing, where we're phasing in the impacts of this study over a 5-year period, would decrease the actuarially determined contribution by 0.16% of payroll from 15.37 down to 15.21% of payroll. On this slide, we are discussing the law enforcement officers segment of the LGERS population. So,
Before we get there,
yeah.
just want to make sure. So we have good news on mortality and the law enforcement officers, just as people. Let's come
for general employees and firefighters, we have good news on mortality.
Okay, all right. I'm just looking at TSERS versus LGERS in mortality, and they move in dramatically different directions, and that's surprising to me.
On mortality?
Yeah, so if you go to financial impact, that's consolidated district. I was surprised that TSERS had a lower ADEC based on mortality, or a higher ADEC based on mortality, and LGERS has a lower one.
Higher ADEC based on mortality. So we do have on the LGERS side, we have the law enforcement officers and the firefighters, which did show longer lifetimes for those male employees. So that is a net increase in the liabilities associated with those groups. So we do see an increase there.
So it's. I think what you're saying is the composition of LGERS is more heavily skewed towards law enforcement.
That's correct. At least for purposes of how we determine those contribution rates.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yep. So, as you just mentioned, we see an increase in cost for this segment of the population attributed to the mortality rates.
They're healthier and they retire earlier.
Sure.
Mhm. That's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So for the law enforcement officers, we saw more retirements over the study period than expected for this group as well, which was different than what we saw on the general side, mostly at reduced retirement ages though. So we actually see a slight decrease in the liabilities just isolated to this group because they are retiring earlier, but at a reduced retirement rather than an unreduced retirement benefit. For termination from active employment, we saw more termination in the early years and less termination if an employee had over 4 years of service. That nets out to a slight increase in the overall liabilities. Skipping down to merit increases, item number 9, we saw again for this group as well as the other group higher increases over the period than we had expected. So we are recommending increasing those rates, and there is a resulting increase in liabilities as a result of that. The same 15-year amortization is proposed along with the direct rate smoothing. So if we go to, excuse me, slide 31, obviously the actual accrued liability impacts the same. That's already been discussed. For this group, the preliminary ADEC decreases by 0.64% of payroll from 17.61% to 16.97% before direct rate smoothing. Then after smoothing that in, there's a decrease from 17.61 down to 17.48% of payroll for law enforcement officers. All right. Now if we skip on to slide, 34. So similarly to what we showed for TSERS, this graphs the actually determined employer contribution, this time just for general employees and firefighters, so we're leaving out the law enforcement officers. Under the current assumptions, so what we showed you in our prior evaluation presentation and under the proposed assumptions, the blue line is what you saw in the valuation and the yellow line is based on proposed assumptions. Under this one, we are also assuming that these proposed assumptions take effect at 12/31/25. So 12/31/2024 remains the same in that first year. And then for the 14 years after that, all the proposed assumptions are reflected in the yellow line. So as you can see, there is a lower recommended or actually determined employer contribution over the study period. It's smoother and flatter, but you will notice that beginning in 2031, contribution rates are higher than what they would have been under the current assumptions. And that's as a result of the increase in the liabilities that is now being reflected, the increased cost in there, and just Now, we're not keeping as much pace with a 15-year amortization as under a 12-year amortization, so there's more payments and a little bit of interest accruing under that unfunded liability as well. So you basically see that peak out in 2036 shifted 3 years as a result of that 15-year amortization, similar to what we saw on the TSERS side. So not a lot of volatility. It smooths and flattens over time. And if we look at slide 35, this shows a similar story for law enforcement officers. Of blue line is the current assumptions. The orangish yellow line is the proposed assumptions. So you see that that peak that had occurred at 19.18% of payroll in 2029 is now estimated to be 18.74% of payroll. And those contribution rates are now elevated beginning in 2031 above what they would have been under the current assumptions. All right, we move on to slide 36. So this graph shows the projected funded percentage of LGERS with the blue line based on what would have been what we had shown in the valuation, and then the yellow line is what we show under the proposed assumptions. So the plan still does reach 100% funding within the 15-year projection period, but is later by about 2 years. So it continues to climb just at a slower pace to the end of the projection period. Now we move on.
43.
43, yes.
Fire and rescue. So this is the key takeaways: retirement, termination, and return from lapse rates. This is just members who were volunteer firefighters or paid, but they stopped contributing or stopped working for a period of time. We have assumed that certain percentages do return. That return from lapse rate and the termination rates and the retirement rates all decrease costs. Standard mortality tables did increase costs. Remember, public safety males were expected to live longer under the new tables. So flip to slide 44. At the bottom, the surplus was 29.9 million based on the current valuation. Projecting that to slightly increase or be less of a surplus, I guess, 29 million. We did have a surplus policy here in place as well. So the preliminary actuarially determined contribution here is expected to increase from the 353 to 3.4 prior to direct rate smoothing, and after direct rate smoothing, be about $1 million. So we go from that 3.4 minus the 2.4 credit, so that's about $1 million, and then it's going to, over the 5-year period, go back up to 3.4 million. But right now, current funding in place is in the $20 million range, so should have no impact on that. Going to slide 46, the proposed valuation increase here is the interest rate from 3% to 4.5%, most significantly decreased the liabilities. As you can see on 46, yeah, with the proposed surplus policy, it moves a little closer, but right now we have no actuarial determined contribution with the $0 floor. But moving it over the next 5 years, it could move a little closer to positive territory. But they do have 1.5% of tax or of receipts that they collect to go towards the funding of this. It's a faucet that's turned on, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even if there does become an actuarial determined contribution at some point, it'd just be compared against that. Slide 47, the investment rate of return again, 3% to 4.5%. That was significantly decreases surpluses or helps out in the deficit situation. We also had lower participation rate for the contributory death benefit plan. That decreased the surplus as well. So we'll see the impact on the next slide. So the surplus is decreased for TSERS and LGERS. You would expect maybe they improve situation because we're going from 3 to 4.5%, but the present value of future contributions on behalf of active members is adjusted more by that rate than would be expected. It's still in a strong surplus position, both TSERS and LGERS. TSERS 239.3 and projected to be 227.4. LGERS 49.2, projected to be 46.1. Same thing for the separated insurance benefit plan. It was getting pretty close to a deficit situation at 1.6 million. That change alone helped a lot, and it ends up at a $17.4 million surplus when all is said and done. The retirees contributory to death benefit plan, in addition to the other changes in mortality and the valuation interest rate, we changed the lower participation rates from just based on past experience from 45 to 40% for non-disabled members and from 60% to 55% for disabled members. Overall, the deficit that was 242, as I alluded to earlier, we expected to sharply get better, close to 90 million, and I was right. I remembered right. It was 89.5 million, based on is what we expect to be at after these assumptions are approved. So it helps a lot. Still something to consider. If there's something that needs to be done to get that out of the deficit situation. All right, we're going to move to slide 52.
Slide 52. Yes. All right, we're going to touch on a couple of the assumptions that we've already mentioned and going through each of the plans individually. And arguably the most important valuation assumption, as all of you know, is the interest rate assumption. Obviously, your contribution rate very much hinges on asset performance. So for what we are calling the NCRS plans, which is all the state and local plans with the exception of registers of deeds, death benefit plan, and DIPNIC. We have an assumed 6.5% return currently, and we are recommending no change in that. However, for registers of deeds, death benefit plan, and DIPNIC, the current assumption is 3%, and we are recommending a move to 4.5%. And we'll discuss here why we intend to do so. If you can move to slide 53. So slide 53 shows the underlying analysis for how we reviewed and analyzed the interest rate that we are using to measure plan liabilities and expectations for assets. We did look at other items, but this is just what we're going to focus on for our discussion today. So on the left-hand side and in the middle, we're showing the current asset allocation for the NCRS plans, as well as the target asset allocation based on the investment policy statement for these groups. And on the right-hand side, we're showing the allocations for the death benefit plan, DIPNIC, and registers of deeds. As you can see, those three plans in particular are invested almost entirely or rather heavily in aggregate bonds, so in bonds, rather than having any kind of equity exposure, as well as some cash to pay out benefits. So if we move to the next slide. So this is showing our analysis based on our capital market assumptions. So we use a GEMS model to run over 1,000 simulations of potential returns over a 30-year period based on your current asset allocation as well as the target allocation. And we use that to come up with statistics around what we could expect over different time horizons the plan to earn on average over each of those time periods. In general, we focus on the 20 to 30-year range, a long-term investment return assumption rather than a short-term investment return assumption, given the design of these plans. So based on the allocations for the NCRS plan, the assumed 6.5% rate that we're currently using falls in that band that we have highlighted in green there, between the 35th and 50th percentile, which basically, if you look at the 20 to 30-year period, it's right within that range. It's another way of saying roughly 65% of the time you can expect at least a 6.5% return over the 1,000 simulation trials that we ran, and that's true under the target and the current asset allocation. So we look at that to determine reasonability around that expectation. Now, if you move to the next slide, or excuse me, it is slide 58. Right there. So this shows the death benefit plans. It's a similar story for the other two plans, so you can kind of use this as an allegory for the other ones. The current assumption is 3%, which effectively, if you look at these simulations, it's almost like it's guaranteed at 3%. And it's never a guarantee to get 3%, but it doesn't even fall. At least 75% of the time, if not more, you're going to get at least that. So we see there's some flexibility there in the range of reasonability for expectations. And if we look between the 35th and 50th percentile over a long period of time, that 4.5% kind of falls in a similar range as to what we saw with our 6.5% assumption for the other plans. So we are recommending a movement upwards based on these updated expectations that we have for the bond markets. Any questions on that? Okay, and then we're moving on. I think we're jumping, right?
Went to 171. We're going to the depths of the.
Yeah.
Brett, you're out of a clicker job. There's too many. Oh, that was great.
What if we want to go page by page?
So as I mentioned, the 12-year amortization period is prudent and served very well. We recommend the 15-year level dollar closed amortization period and extending the amortization basis. Doesn't look a lot different here, but we spoke with RSD and didn't take a rocket science. The first key objective in any retirement system should be ensuring contribution sufficiency. And that was one of the three objectives. Extending to 15 years reduces immediate costs, and then it goes a little bit above, but it keeps contributions elevated a little longer, but still, even compared to current, it appears manageable. The 1.5-year lag also contributes to help with budget planning to ensure that sufficient contributions and planning are involved and timely payments are able to be made for the TSERS and LGERS. The second key objective is protecting against escalation of unfunded liabilities. The 15-year time period is a reasonable time period for amortization, ensures progress to paying down any emerging unfunded liabilities. And again, that 1.5 to 2.5 year lag where we're collecting payments later than the valuation date really effectively extends that pay down period to 16.5, 17.5 years from the valuation date. But we believe it is a reasonable method to pay down unfunded liabilities. The third objective is to have a budget stability without cliffs in contribution rates. Extending those existing 12 years to by 3 years supported that stability of cliffs as well as the combined rate stabilization policies that the board has adopted in the past and the ECRIS policies as well help budget stability as well. But as for these projections, it looks similar, but we've isolated just the impact of the proposed assumption changes. The blue line is all the proposed assumption changes except using 12-year amortization. The orange line is then putting in the last thing, which was the 15-year amortization and the extension of those. So both lines reflect all the assumption changes. Lengthening to 15 years smooths out contributions a bit, especially early on. The peak rate, instead of being 18.32%, is 16.76%. Prior to any rate stabilization policy, but that seems helpful for budgeting. But fewer contributions early in the result in later funded status, lower funded status later, and slightly higher contributions there later. And direct rate smoothing helps spread that impact over 5 years. It cushions the smooths that line out, helps for budget impacts as well. So many systems may use a little bit longer amortization periods, but then when they have an experience day, they bring it all in at the same time. They don't, it's, yes, if it's common practice. I know the direct rate smoothing is a practice it's used. I wouldn't say the vast majority use it or even the majority, but it's common. It's just probably not in the majority is my guess.
Is it fairly new?
But it's a great.
Development in the actual world?
Yeah, it's definitely something that's over the last 10, 15 years has been used.
Curious on common assumptions. Is level dollar the normal paradigm across pension systems?
Level dollar is, let's see, I don't remember. I looked over public, there's a database out there on use of thinking level dollars in there, but it's common. Again, I think maybe a little bit more common on it to use level percent of pay when budgets are based on pay. But that it does spread the payments out longer, and it's just like, if you have an increasing mortgage on your house, at some point you might not be able to afford it.
Thanks.
So moving to slide 172. Man, I hope I don't get locked out for not knowing my password. It's almost happened twice already. All right. Oh, I can use yours next. All right, so this is the impact on the funded ratio. As you can see, it doesn't look a lot different than if we had the methods. It's the same thing we've included. We've isolated just the 12-year amortization policy. And it does get to 100%. It does lengthen a little bit, but it does have it. But again, working with the 1.5-year lags, other systems have no lag or half-year lags. We're not putting interest on normal cost. That's causing a little bit of loss because of the timing. But it's a pretty standard to have shorter lags than 1.5. It's a pretty well, and it's effective too for planning because it gives plenty of time for budgeting. All right, on the next slide is same thing for LGERS. This is general employees and firefighters. Again, just isolating that 12-year. Peak is of 17.54% prior to getting the 2022 asset losses behind us. Peaks at 17.54 at 15-year amortization. It peaks at 16.38. But again, it's pretty stable. It's just kind of downwardly stable, but it's pretty stable decrease. After that, in the long term, rates do go higher because fewer contributions are going into the system. It's set 174 is just the law enforcement officers. Peak rate of 19.9 goes down to 18.74, and it's pretty slowly declining. Same pattern as well. And then the last one is just the LGERS funded policy. It's a bit of a gap. It takes a little longer to catch up with 15-year amortization. I think that ends our prepared remarks on the experience study.
Okay, there's a lot there.
If you go back to your question you asked earlier about ECRIPS, I'm not sure if I understood the answer. So with this smoothing, do we still need ECRIPS?
So let me, if I can take and back us up to the 20,000 foot level. Our objective is to do the reports you've seen today, the evaluation, the experience review here in October. and then to vote on the assumptions for this in January. And then once we know what the assumptions are, then we would then have a conversation with everyone, be fully inclusive of all the stakeholders and all the players, on what we would propose in April or the latest July for the new ECRIS policy. And it's conceivable that you could determine that your ECRIS policy is there. We don't make an adjustment past the CDAC. You could decide to go with various types of ECRIS policies. And we will, I believe we're planning to do that sort of intro, a little bit of that intro in January, right, Patrick? But for certain, we show the different categories in April. We're happy to send you or any other members some of the preliminary materials on how ECRIS can be, the different paths you can take. But what we didn't want to do is we didn't want to mix decisions on the assumptions with the funding policy, with the ECRIS add-on to the funding policy. We don't want to fund to a goal of funding. We want to fund to what's sufficient for the system.
When do we have to make the decision on ECRIS? We would discuss that. That would not be, he's trying to speak.
Yeah, I could answer that if you don't mind. So the current ECRIS for each board expire June 30th, 2027. We want to allow employers plenty of time to know what the new policy will be. And so we would like to propose something to the boards in April of 2026, if possible. The General Assembly has said those boards need to have a funding policy. That's in statute. But it doesn't say what the funding policy should be. And so that's the discussion Sam was talking about.
27, okay.
But at the risk of opening a can of worms, ECRIS is a board policy. We can decide what we want to do, no matter when it expires.
And keeping in mind how you set the framing this morning, if you look at these data and we do accept these assumptions, assuming that we accept these assumptions, the rates that local government would pay would go down based on this smoothing of 15 years versus 12 years, effective 2026, July 1 of 2026.
Well, it would start in 27 unless you decided to throw out the ECRIS. If you made decisions that you did not want to continue the current ECRIS, then you could adjust it for the first year.
So it'd be July 1 of 27.
July 1 of 27, you would see the funding being based on the new assumptions that you picked in January of 2026. That's our way of giving lots of leeway for governments to plan their budgets.
Well, the sneaking up on people comment is echoing in my head. Obviously, if they go up, you don't want to sneak up on people.
Yes.
If you go down, I suppose they'd be okay.
We will send you a thank you letter.
Can I clarify though, our proposed assumptions, if you accept them as if our actuarial determined employer contribution will not be impacted till July 1st.
2027, July 1st, 27 to 6/30/28.
I was thinking fiscal year, so it was July 1, 26.
I'm pretty sure we were hearing the same.
Choice.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot to marinate on.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got some months to do so. Any other questions for the moment, though?
We'll be happy to field questions on this before January. You don't have to hold all questions till January. Let us know. If you want to see more or understand more, we're happy to show you what we're thinking.
Okay, so we move on to the cap factor.
I'm not done.
I get it all.
All right. So hopefully you've had the opportunity to read through this report, at least I know some have. There's been some questions and staff's produced a few memos and Q&A responses with respect to the contribution-based benefit cap. So So on slide 2, just to reemphasize the limit for the cap factor, it's part of the experience study process and statute that the board shall adopt new cap factors in conjunction with that. So based on the proposed assumptions we have here, we've done this analysis. But the statute also says the cap factor should be selected such that no more than 0.75% of retirement allowances are expected to be capped. And the board should modify the factors based on the experience study. So with that in mind, on slide 3, just the board set these rates in these cap factors in October 2020, similar to how we're here today, every 5 years. And they set the TSERS rate cap factor at 4.5. You can see in the right column, that was on a basis of expected percent of members capped of 0.27%. So it was set well below the 0.75% line, but it was set at 4.5, expected to capture 0.27% at that time. And similarly, the LGERS board was set at 4.7, and that was expected to capture 0.23% of members. So safely under the 0.75% guideline, which is acceptable. Going ahead to slide 5, just real quick, wanted to show the history. Since 2020, you can see the actual cap, even though we set expectations of 0.27% for TSERS and 0.23% for LGERS, TSERS is nearing that 0.75% in 2022, and some other years it's well above the 0.27%. And over in LGERS, and this is due to the pay increases we've been talking about, presumably, you can see that the 0.75% has been exceeded in 21 to 24, 0.8%, all the way up to 1.33% in 2020, which is okay. The law says that we have to set it at 0.7. I'm not an attorney, but just interpreting it, 0.75% is with the expectation. If it goes above it, that's fine. But it's just to make the point that, okay, the cap factor is probably, a little bit lower than it should be at current moment. So go ahead real quick to slide 7. The minimum, next one. And is this Brett?
You got a lag.
It's a rookie move.
You might need to do it over there.
All right.
You go to slide 7.
That's okay. If anybody can see slide 7, there we go. There's a red highlighted is the minimum. That's the first cap factor that would be below 0.75%. So it's 0.74% for 4.3. The current for this is for TSERS on the left. The current is 4.5. So it's still within the range, expected to capture 0.6%. The maximum factor that could be applied, the board could choose is 6.0, because it captures 0.1%. Now that's you can go through it, but I mean, it's not written in stone, but we feel like it would fall way outside the intent of the legislation if it was set below 0.1%. But consistent with the prior 2 cap factor settings that I'm aware of, the 2020 and 2015, the recommendation is the midpoint between there, which is for TSERS is 5.2. That's the midpoint recommendation. Over on the right, the LGERS currently out of range is the current factor is actually out of range at 4.7. Expected to capture 1.1% or cap 1.1% of members. So, that wouldn't even be allowable to continue. The minimum is 5.1 and kind of the maximum at around 0.1% is at 6.5. So recommendation is a midpoint consistent with prior, both at 5.8. Both the TSERS and LGERS would be around that 0.28, 0.29%. As you can see, was consistent with how it was set in the past. Questions?
Questions on the cap factor? Okay, you're off the hot seat. Thank you very much.
We made it.
Okay, we will now move over to public comments. We have time for any individual association or organization that represents North Carolina public employers, employees, or retirees to address the board. Please limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes. We have 2 folks who signed up. Suzanne from CF, I'll go ahead first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Treasurer, Sam, board members, for giving us an opportunity to speak to you. I will be brief, but this is a lot of information to digest today, and I know that you guys have hard decisions to make, but I want to come right out the gate and thank Representative Hurley Thornburg for her suggested motion of a 3.5% COLA. That certainly sounds awesome to us. We realize there are parameters around that. However, when we make that huge ask at the General Assembly, and rest assured, Senat's going to make that ask, it helps. This board does carry some weight. So even if it's not going in the way the system is built, your voice to the General Assembly to pay some attention to retirees is important and would be helpful in our efforts. Next, we have a problem in our nation of rolling down costs when we can't bridge the gap to working people. And this is a problem. We've heard it loud and clear. We're frontline for state employees, and we are hearing it loud and clear right now. They can't take one more thing. We don't have a budget, which means there's no pay increases. We don't have a budget, so we're not getting any kind of bonus even for retirees. Not one more thing. And quite frankly, this is not a new mission for CNIC for contract transparency. That is still something we have some questions about the legality of, and we're pursuing getting answers to those questions. But until we can tell our folks, this is how your money's being spent and on what, it is very hard to explain to them why costs are going to increase for them. That being said, some support from this board would be welcomed, and thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you for the advocacy. Appreciate it. Moving over to Tim, RGA.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. That was riveting, huh? So, no, it was really good stuff. And in all sincerity, I want to thank Treasurer and Sam and Patrick over there and the actuarials for that work. It really is actuarial Christmas. I really did. If I'm a little tired now, I've been reading those reports back and forth for the past 2 weeks. I know how much work went into those and just really appreciative of that. I also want to thank the folks that I'm not sure, Ron and Tanya and Courtney for the work they do. We work very closely with them, and our members at RGA really appreciate the work they do. I know that can be relentless. I actually employ a fair amount of retirees from the retirement system. So they come to us for reprieve. So we are grateful for the retirement system, but we know the work they do and really appreciate the work they do. We're just here saying to you all as trustees, these things are really important, what they shared. If you don't understand something, please reach out to the experts on this and ask the questions. This does make a difference. The mathematics of it, they're kind of beautiful when they all work. So the direct smoothing conversation, I want to have more on that, fun math on that. Some of those things kind of interesting, but please ask questions on this because it's really important stuff. And I am with you. It is heady stuff, but just try. It's kind of fun. You don't have to understand all the mathematics that Patrick can pull off. But understand the concepts are really important. So I encourage you to do that. It does make a difference. And now here's my plea for the retirees. It has been a tough 15, 20 years. Pat, has it? So if we can find any way through efficiency, anything you all can do in this room to help the cause of retirees, local government retirees, unfortunately, are going to celebrate, and it is not a celebration, their 20th anniversary of no COLAs. 20 years, the mathematics on the inflation on that is pretty dismal on what that's done to what is showing up in their paychecks every month. So I encourage you, everything you can do in this room, please do it for the retirees. We're working for the future as well, but the current retirees have really kind of bear the burden of some tough times between some 2008 and beyond on some investment things. But I appreciate you, Treasurer, for all the work you're doing. I love the way the investments are are heading. I know you can't control them, especially tomorrow, but at the moment, we are very appreciative of all the work of all the staff and you as trustees are doing here in the room. So thank you very much on behalf of RGA.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll consider the public comment period closed, and we'll go to board comments. Does anyone want to make comments? Tired you out.
This is Margaret Reeder.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Hi. First of all, I want to say thank you to not just the board, but all of the treasurer's staff and the work that they've done. And yes, Patrick, I will be calling to make an appointment with you. This, this is the meeting that just stresses me the most. But I do want to keep in mind that since we have not gotten a COLA, it doesn't look like we get a COLA anytime soon, but changing our formula for our pension, I know it has been mentioned in the past, but please keep that at the forefront of discussion so that we may see an increase. And I thank you very much.
I think we lost the feed into the room, Margaret, and those that's online.
Okay, well, did you hear any of what I said?
I heard everything.
Okay. Well, that's all I had to say.
we have them back online. We look forward very much to the new IT improvements that are in the offing. We continue to push on that front. Very grateful to Bill Assembly and to the State Budget Office for working with us, the Treasurer for giving us the push. And because we just need to, our members deserve the best. We are, as you've seen, we'll see we'll do the benchmarking of our costs for others next year. We are one of the cheapest systems in the world to operate. With the economies of scale, we've got 13 systems under one roof. But that also presents a separate set of risks for us, and that we're not living up what we could do for our members by suppressing the costs so much. There's a balancing act to achieve it. But we made some improvements. I can't say enough about the retirement staff. I'm 9 months into the director of the program, I just realized how great a staff we have. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't understand it from the perspective of being the guy that's more honest. We've got folks in our system that we can depend on. Get things done, no drama. Take on the extra work when we need to. Solve the problem and look for the best attitude. And have the best attitude being staff. It was just a wonderful team we got put together. My predecessors put in place. Maintain that atmosphere. As you call, we do like to promote from within. We do like to give people a good career path. We don't hire positions, we hire people. And we develop people, and we want to keep them. When they spend 30 years listening, then we get to work. Exactly. So, thank you so much.
Is there anybody online who has a comment from the board side? Thank you again. We'll now entertain a motion from the state board to adjourn. Thank you. Second. I would call the roll, please.
Treasurer Reiner?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Aye. Mr. Ebbinghausen? Aye. Mr. Smith? Aye. Mr. Berg? Ms. Solberg? Ms. Meyer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay. I have a motion for a member of the local board to return. Is there a second?
Second.
You're going to dispense with calling the roll after that. All right. Go ahead and call it. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate everyone's time and attention.
Yeah, I think when somebody types it, their typewriter, it counts as a vote.
That's right.